Ready?
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. Welcome to a regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. We are residents of Coral Gables and are charged with the preservation and protection of historic or architectural worthy buildings, structures, sites, neighborhoods, and artifacts which impart a distinct historical heritage of the city. The board is comprised of 9 members, 7 of whom are appointed by the commission, 1 by the city manager, and the 9th is selected by the board, confirmed by the commission. 5 members of the board constitute a quorum, and 5 affirmative votes are necessary for the adoption of any motion. Lobbyist registration and disclosure. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance Number 2006-11 must register with the city clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff, boards, committees, and/or the city commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the city clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the Historic Preservation Board on applications under consideration this afternoon. The lobbyist is defined as an individual, corporation, partnership, or other legal entity employed or retained, whether paid or not, by a principal who seeks to encourage the approval, disapproval, adoption, repeal, passage, defeat, or modifications of any ordinance, resolution, action, or decision of any city commissioner, any action, decision, recommendation of the city manager, any city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial, advisory board, trust, authority, or council, or any action, decision, or recommendation of city personnel during the time period of the entire decision-making process on the action, decision, or recommendation which is foreseeably will be heard or reviewed by the city commission or a city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial, advisory board, trust, authority, or council. Presentations made to this board are subject to the city's false claims ordinance, Chapter 39 of the City of Coral Gables City Code. I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board meeting of March 15, 2023 to order. The time is 4:06 p.m. Present today are Mr. Javier Durana, Ms. Donna Spain, Mr. Bruce Ehrenhaft, Mr. Michael Maxwell, Mr. Cesar Garcia Pons, Mr. John Fullerton, and Ms. Alicia Bakovic, and myself, Albert Menendez. Next item, approval of minutes.
I'd like to move the approval of the minutes for the last meeting.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Tia Pons and Mr. Maxwell seconds.
Can we just do a voice vote?
Mr. Ehrenhaft,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Ms. Bakovic.
Wasn't here last meeting. Hello, sorry. That doesn't preclude you from voting. It's a ministerial matter, so if you'd like to vote on the matter, you should. Okay, then yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Notice regarding ex parte communications. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board and the items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications. An ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of the quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the quasi-judicial board. If anyone has made any contact with a board member when the issue comes before the board, the member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication, the party who originated the communication, and whether communication will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding the matter. Okay, next item is deferrals. Mr. Maxwell, Mr. Warren, Adams.
You have to do approval of the absences.
Approval of absences.
Do we have an absence?
And
Okay.
Peggy did request
Okay.
an excused absence.
Move to excuse the absence.
Second.
Mr. Garcia Pons and Mr. Ehrenhoft.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Ms. Vacaville?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhalf?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes. Okay, deferrals.
Item 7.5, case file COA SP 2023-009 for the replacement windows at the Annex building at 405 Biltmore Way. That one has been removed from the agenda for
Okay.
this meeting. It will come forward at a later date. Also, another couple of minor changes. We'd like to introduce a project update at the start of the meeting. It was requested by Board Member Fullerton. This is really just an update on something that has been of concern to some of the residents, and some of the residents are here. And then we would like to move item 7.1, COA SP 2022-038 for Balboa Plaza. We'd like to move that to the start of the agenda just after the project update because city staff are here.
Okay, no problem. First item then is the update.
Yes, this was requested by Mr. Fullerton.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd like the board to take a look at a very troubling building permit in my neighborhood, actually right next door to me at 1013 Castile. And there are, some of the neighbors are here with me to tell you some of the problems, but it's been under construction for over 6 or 7 years, 9 years now I'm being coached. And it has been a constant problem. They've had several different problems with their permits, problems with construction, I don't know what all, but for 9 years, it remains a construction site, and it is no further along today than it was a year ago. And we are just getting sick of it. We want to, if it wasn't historic, we would knock it down ourselves. So if some of my neighbors have something to add to what I've said, I'd like to. What I'm really requesting is that the city can give us an update on what they know about this issue and what we might be able to expect in the future.
We have the city's outside counsel who works with the Code Enforcement Board, Mr. Alex Palenzuela, who can give you an
Great,
update.
okay.
before we do that, we need swearing in. No one's been sworn in, so if,
He doesn't need to be sworn in for this, but if you want to swear in the parties for later testimony, that's
let's do
fine.
that, let's do that now.
Okay.
Stand to be sworn.
Anyone who is going to give testimony today needs to stand and be sworn in.
Yeah. If the court reporter could swear in the public, please, who's going to speak? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Alexander Palenzuela. I'm Code Enforcement Special Counsel for the City of Coral Gables, and I'm here to provide an update. Most recently, the city just approved today the permits for the revisions that were submitted, and the second round, because the first round was approved earlier this month, a few days earlier, and so work can commence. I will personally notify the owners that the permits were approved. But if you'd like to ask me any questions about the property, I'm happy to answer.
So this was brought up at the Code Enforcement Board?
This case went to the Code Enforcement Board. It's in court. A receiver was appointed. The case has been stayed in court pending compliance by the owners. The owners have been working towards compliance. They've been getting extensions. Most recently, they stopped work because they had a revision permit in. They reoriented the pool and had to make certain changes. The city first responded to the revisions earlier in March, and just today approved the second set of revisions of the revised plans for the revision permit. so work technically can commence.
Has there been
And-
any type of running fines or anything on this
Not
property?
yet, no, because the owners in this case, they were brought in, originally, the injunction action was filed against the former owner, and then also against the mortgagee, and then there was a foreclosure filed after we had commenced our injunction action. And so the decision was made by the receiver that was appointed right away by the court in that case to hold off on doing any work himself until the foreclosure had run its course, because the liens on the property were such that you couldn't put any receiver's liens on top of that and hope to sell the property. So the property was sold at auction. The mortgagee ended up being the owner, and then they brought in a partner. And so now there are two joint co-owners of the property, and they came in to correct the violations. And the city was aggressive in the litigation initially, but once we obtained the order against the two buyers, then the city has been working with them to expedite their reviews, and they have been working on the property.
And when did that happen, the change in ownership?
The change in ownership and the injunction were in April of 2021.
2 years
And I
ago.
can get the exact dates, but there was some time between the purchase and then the sale, which the city initially opposed, of the property to the two owners that have it now. But that all happened in the spring of 2021.
So that's 2 years.
And since then, they have applied for their permits. The city has met with them on site to identify the things that they could do without having had the permits, because originally the owners wanted to change the permits around and they were saying they couldn't work without them. So we went and met with them at the property. The head of development services identified what could be done without permits and what needed to wait. They got their permits. These are, I believe, the third set of revisions that they're making. They reoriented the pool, as I said, and there were other changes to the inside, some of which was to correct work that wasn't done properly before. But the issue did not come up again that there was work that should be done that could not be done until the permits were issued, and now they've been issued. So the expectation is they will continue to work.
So none of the revisions came to us for review because it was all interior,
The
or
board,
it could be handled by staff?
I was not involved at the time, but it's my understanding that this board approved the original plans and nothing has had to come back
What
before this
year?
board. It's all been done administrative.
What year was that, sir?
I don't know exactly the year that was done, but the original permit applications were happening in 2016 and 17 before the injunction action.
It was a COA from 2014.
9 years ago.
9 years ago.
When was the, if it was the sale, the auction advertised? How was it advertised?
Well, it went through the foreclosure process, so there's a notice of sale that's published, and then the auction takes place. And the other sale was not an advertised sale. That was something that the mortgagee arranged with an investor.
There are people here that would like to get up and tell us a little more of the history that they know from firsthand experience, having lived across the street from it for 9 years. Okay, great.
Okay.
I think, I'm not sure, Ms. Bowen?
Yeah, that one works over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Bowen. I live at 1012 Castile, directly across from this property. My husband, Miguel Caridad, is at the same address. I don't know how to tell you how frustrated we are as neighbors. When this started, I was thinking about this the other day. I was a few months shy of my 61st birthday. I am now a few months shy of my 70th birthday. Every single day, I have walked out and looked at a house that is in total disrepair. It's been gutted the entire time. There's a few walls in there now, whatever. There's noise. There's trucks. There's everything you can imagine going on except construction. And this is not the Palace of Versailles. This is a house. It's not that big a deal in terms of Of course, it's an old house, 1925, so be it. But really, the city needs to work harder. The owners need to work harder together to come up with a plan to get this finished. It's been too long. I don't know if you've seen a picture of what it looks like. There was somebody from the city taking pictures of it today. It's horrible. There's rodents. There's nothing that barricades it from view. It is simply awful. And I am pleading with this board to do whatever you can to move this project along. I'm sure the house will come out beautifully. We have no problem with the plan, nothing. Just please, get it done. Thank you.
And the fence in front of the house right now is all those years old and looks like it's had been knocked down several times and put back up again. It's really an eyesore for the neighborhood. It's not just the house, it's the whole property. To which I'd like to add the fact that it is open to the public. Anybody can walk in there and destroy what's been done inside. And it's ready for finishes on the inside. The outside is not ready for anything.
So is that a code violation that there's no fence up?
There is a fence on the front and on the east side. There's no fence on the west side, and the house is open.
Mr. Adams, is there anything that can be done about putting up a fence and the green tarp and hiding some of the mess?
I believe that's all done.
Is it done?
I received the complaint on the 13th of March about the fence, so a code enforcement officer went out there today. Those are the photographs that perhaps you saw being taken to assess the issue regarding the fence and notify the owners that it has to be addressed. The 2 times since they started construction that they've been getting monthly extensions, there were code enforcement issues because the job site has to be maintained as a condition of getting another extension. Both times, maybe 3 times, that issues came up, like the no trespassing sign was missing, or twice the weeds started to grow, and so they were cited or warned, and they took care of it promptly. So I expect that they will take care of this fence issue.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. It appears to me that the people in charge of that process are not too afraid of the city of Coral Gables. They don't seem to really give much importance to what they say. And maybe I'm wrong, but I know they've gone through a lot, but it's beyond the pale. It is way beyond the pale at this point.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Okay, can you have that person? Nancy? No, she says so. Okay. All right, well, if no one else would like to speak?
I have a question for Warren.
Yeah?
Is there anything this board can do? I mean, we don't have enforcement powers.
No.
We're not code enforcement.
No. I attend all the code enforcement board meetings, and Alex is there as well. And as I think, as Alex said, you know, the process is being followed and we are staying on top of them. But this is really a code enforcement issue.
Do they have it on their agenda when they meet as frequently as
update?
it should be there?
Maybe it should be put on their agenda. That's a good idea. So that the people that can do something about it are aware that it's still ongoing.
Exactly. How do we get that done?
So, sorry to interrupt. Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. We'll work and see if there's any updates that need to be given to the Code Enforcement Board, if they're asking for any extensions, et cetera. The proper thing would go if there's any new violations that need to go there. But to the extent that there's an order, there's case pending with the receiver. So things are in the works, and anyone who needs to be updated will certainly be timely updated.
Right, the city has done everything legally that it could. I mean, we have an injunction, we have the receiver in case the owners stop working towards compliance. So if indeed it happened that they stopped complying, then code enforcement fines could start to run. The injunction case could be reopened, the receiver would then take over
Well,
and finish building.
for your information, have been many periods of time in which there has been no work at all. And I don't know what the status of the city's relationship with the builder is, but the times that nothing has been done have been frequent and long. So I don't know how it's taking so long for the city to respond to the requirements that they're trying to generate, but it's not working. So I just plead with whatever the city can do to make this thing move along.
The city attorney said that they would follow up, so.
I'll give up.
John, I'll give you some insight if you want, because we're doing a project in Coco Plum that Mr. Valenzuela is familiar with, 8020 Los Pinos. And it's an abandoned lot that our client had purchased, or a construction site that was whatever, in disrepair. Same exact story as you guys. He purchased it, it took him a while to get his permits. I think that's probably where this, I don't know the history, but I would assume that they're stuck in the city with the permitting. But I can tell you this, that once they do get their permit, construction starts, Mr. Valenzuela will be on top of them because he's on top of us. And we report, every month we have to provide a full report with photos and progress of the job and what's going on.
Has that project lingered for 9 years?
I don't know. We got called into it like 2 years ago, I think. So it's been a while, but I don't know if it's 9 years. But I'm just saying, I know that once it does start construction, he will be on top of it. I can't say anything about when they will start construction because I'm assuming that's with the city and the permit.
Of course, I understand.
But
There was a delay in construction, but
yeah,
they will resume. They can now legally resume. They had to wait for their permit.
I think zoning was there 2 weeks ago. Was that right? Or it looked like a zoning. It was a Gables truck.
Yeah, the city inspects.
And they put 2 notices on. One was for... Oh, yeah, the weeds. And one other thing. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. But anyway, so somebody's looking at it, but nobody's doing anything about it.
Well, they go every month as part of the extension request process. The city makes sure that there have been no recent complaints and that there are no new violations. So they have to address anything that comes up. I am aware, having reviewed for today, that they had to fix the mesh on the fence. The receiver fixed the gate initially before they took over construction. They have had 2 warnings that didn't amount to fines for overgrown weeds, which they took care of promptly. So if you or anyone else lets the city know that something's going on, we will definitely address it promptly.
All right.
And the owners should address it promptly.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
All right, the next case file is case file.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Maybe this is a broader conversation, but because we're the city beautiful and we're very sensitive to aesthetics, especially in a situation where something is so prolonged. I know there's other, cities that allow this, especially in commercial work, where you essentially have a screening of the building that's put up, as almost like the facade, like the future facade of what that is supposed to look like. And maybe we can look at, somehow at some point when something gets triggered, when something is just so prolonged that neighbors are forced to look at something in disrepair for so long that would require some kind of screening of that structure to at least disguise this, eyesore. I don't know, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about, where they do this, and it can be quite nice. So just...
Thank you all.
Okay. Next case file Case file COA SP 2022-038, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at Balboa Plaza, local historic landmark located at intersection of Coral Way, a local and state designated highway and contributing resource within the Coral Way Historic District, DeSoto Boulevard, South Greenway Drive, and Anderson Road. The application requests design approval for the alteration of the historic street grid and the introduction of a vehicular roundabout. Mr. Adams.
Mr. Chair, before we begin, I've been told that there are some people on Zoom who wish to testify on this matter. So just before we hear those comments, if we could make sure they appear on video and are sworn in.
Okay.
Okay, this application requests recommendation of approval for the alteration of the historic street grid and the introduction of a vehicular roundabout. The property is located at Balboa Plaza at the intersection of Coral Way, DeSoto Boulevard, South Greenway Drive and Anderson Road. It's within the Coral Way Historic District, and Coral Way is a local and state designated highway, and that's the location. This item was actually before you at the last meeting when the board requested additional information. A vehicular roundabout was proposed at this location in approximately 2005, which was prior to the designation of the Coral Gables Historic City Plan in 2018. However, there were issues at that time. I believe it was a funding issue, and approximately 2 years ago, the city requested to move ahead with the project. The county has funding for the design and construction of the roundabout, and at the February meeting, the board deferred the request and asked the applicants to return with traffic and accident data to support the request. And the board also asked for the applicant to consider alternatives to a roundabout. The proposed alterations include removal of the existing triangular traffic islands, the installation of a roundabout and new traffic islands with crosswalks and minor road realignment. Per the applicant's letter of intent, the intersection has changed through the years except for the northeast quadrant, which contains the Granada Golf Course. The existing conditions have no demarcated pedestrian crossings or pedestrian connectors. Eastbound and westbound vehicular directions are free flow, while north and south are controlled by stop signs. The improvements that the applicant says will benefit the area include two-way stop control will be removed, the roundabout will be implemented, new crosswalks will be added on all legs, green area will be expanded and with the proposed design, and lighting will be proposed on all legs. You're basically making a recommendation to City Commission, who will issue the final COA if they approve it. The board also asked at the last meeting as to whether a separate application would be required because the entrances and plazas are designated. I have a copy of the pages from the designation report for you to look at. The City Attorney's Office was also provided with a copy. It appears to us that that may not be required. I'll pass out these pages to you to look at. We can discuss after the applicant's presented. And ultimately, if the board feels that, potentially that has to be done, then it would be brought back at a later date. But our opinion is that's not necessary. So as I said, this is requesting approval for a recommendation of approval to the City Commission. I also have some letters not in support of this. I'll pass copies out to you as well.
Okay.
The applicant and city staff are here.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Yannick Fernandez. Good afternoon. My name is Yannick Fernandez. With me, I have Yamile Senespleda. We work with the Miami-Dade County Department of Transportation and Public Works. I'm with the Highway Division. Yamile is the Chief of Traffic Engineering. And we're here today to discuss about the project on Corway and Anderson. Last time we came, the board requested that additional data be presented regarding the request of these improvement. And we prepare a presentation with the information we have on previous requests and evaluations. This is just what we presented last time. The project scope is to basically improve the intersection from a two-way stop control to a roundabout, a circle. And now I pass it to Yamile.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, so nice meeting you again. I'm Jamilet Sanespleda, Chief of the Traffic Engineering Division. As last time was requested by this board, we brought some information, some data, mainly crash data, which reflects the safety issues that this intersection is presenting from so many years, like I would say 20 years, because the requests from the city to the county are from 2003, they started the request. So let's start looking at this. Is this one, Jenny, right? This one? Okay. Let me start from the ones. Okay. So here we brought 2 copies of the crashes in case the board wants to share and look at some of the numbers historically. So yeah, these 2. You can look at it later. But basically, the type of crashes that is kind of like a pattern at this intersection are the angle crashes. So when we say angle crashes, are right angle crashes, meaning vehicles coming east and westbound, and they hit vehicles that are driving in the north and south direction. So historically at this location, vehicles driving on Anderson or South Greenway have not yielded to vehicles driving on Corway. And this has been, as I said, an old issue that it doesn't seem that it's getting better through the years. Okay, so these are some of the data started, the data that I'm sharing is from 2011 to 2022. So this, for example, this one is showing, as you can see, so many crashes happening at an angle. So that means, then again, that it could be side visibility obstructions. It could be just that the vehicles driving on Anderson and North Greenway, they don't properly see vehicles on Coral Way, and they just decide to go ahead, and then the crashes are happening. So these have been previous evaluations as have been done, and always the preferred alternatives has been the runabout. Why? Because a runabout is a physical barrier at the intersection that prevents this type of crashes from happening. Same situation. These are 2016 and 2017 crashes. As you can see, at the intersection, the pattern is angle crashes. So these are the latest years that we have. Like, yeah, average of crashes per year, 7 crashes, 6 crashes, but most of them angle crashes and also left turn crashes, which means vehicles driving, for example, along Coral Way, when they want to make a left turn, on Anderson, they don't see each other or something happens that they get into an accident. In terms of volume data, which was also requested by this board, the average number of vehicles along Coral Way exceeds the 19,000 vehicles as an average daily traffic along the segment. That is an FTOT station, and we have another station which is a county road station that shows the number that shows 17,000. Yeah, the numbers are similar, but they are like more than one block from each other. These are turn and movement counts that were developed. The city consultant lately was working in another project along South Greenway, and they collated the data. But the one you can see more is the one that I showed you before, the number of cars that are driving along Coral Way in a daily basis. So this is data from 2017, which shows similar numbers. In terms of previous evaluations performed for this location. So we have records from back to 2003, when the city of Coral Gables requested the county to perform analysis at this location. The first request was to evaluate a traffic signal, but to have a signal installed at a specific intersection, you need to meet certain warrants. And at that time, the warrants were not met, so that was why it was recommended that the best solution was a runabout since 2003. This is another request that the county received, and the response to the requester was provided that the best option was a runabout. So this is when the city requested the county to have this intersection included into the TIP for construction of the runabout. And that's basically it. And we are open for question, comments.
The number of crashes at that location is about 7 per year, you said?
No. The number of crashes, if you look at the average throughout the years, I would say it's more than 10. The type of crashes we are talking about. So the number of accidents is higher, but the ones that can be mitigated or not eliminated, because always accidents will happen, but mitigated with this type of treatments are the angle and the left turn crashes.
And how does that compare to other intersections in the city?
It depends the intersection that you would like to see.
Is it, higher than average, lower than average? Is it about average?
It is high. It is high. So for an intersection to qualify for traffic calming, let's say, traffic calming meaning runabouts or diverters or chokers, traffic calming, the number of accidents that you need as a minimum is 5 per year.
Okay.
So in this location, we are exceeding the number of crashes required.
And is this location a location where you have the highest incidence of crashes in the city of Coral Gables?
I cannot assure that it's the highest crash location, but it's high.
Okay.
And did you say, maybe I missed it because I was reading those reports, did you say how many cars travel that road, like daily? Because it's a lot, I'm sure.
19,000.
19,000 a day. 19,000 a day times 365, and you get 10 accidents.
I have a question, but I think.
Go.
Is it the same?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Why, can't the city of Coral Gables just override and put a traffic light there and not do a traffic circle, even though that's what's recommended by the county?
Herman Macias, Public Works Director. Coral Way is a county road.
Okay.
So it is wholly within their jurisdiction. And maybe you can elaborate, but it is my understanding, first of all, and I think we all agree from a technical perspective that a traffic circle is the best for the purpose of pedestrian connectivity, traffic calming, and...
Say we all agree, so I'm going to interrupt.
No, I'm talking about the staff. I'm talking about the City of Coral Gables Public Works Department staff.
Public Works Department staff, thank you.
We agree that a traffic circle is the best solution for the problems at hand at that intersection. And it is also my understanding that the funding that the county is specifically using for this intersection could not be used for a traffic signal.
That's correct.
So can we put our own traffic signal? Do we have to?
We're not in the business of putting traffic signals. Traffic signals belong to I mean, it's within the jurisdiction of Miami-Dade County. You're talking about that's a rather expensive project. We spent $400,000 for a traffic signal at the public safety building. And that was a traffic signal with some changes on the other side intersection.
And I guess the other question I had was, I asked in the last one when you guys presented was, what about just making South Greenway and Aragon, right? I think, Anderson, making them both right turn only and just blocking off the access for someone to cross Coral Way? I mean, shouldn't that alleviate a lot of these angle accidents?
You're gonna need, anyhow, you're gonna need a physical barrier to.
Yeah, but but it's less impactful, I think, right? Aesthetically to the historic, surroundings.
With respect to any modifications to the side streets, just keep in mind that that type of improvements is going to impact the operations of the intersection.
Yeah.
And that type of improvement does not apply for the type of funding we have here.
And we also have an issue of pedestrian accessibility. There's no way of crossing that without having to walk. I mean, there's an issue of crossing.
Granada has a light, and further down, you've got on Segovia, there's plenty of places to cross.
But that's a pretty long run, so you just want to keep that in mind, that you cannot do a crossing there with.
Look, I know the area pretty well. I know that it's a dangerous intersection. I know that there's been a lot of accidents, so I think doing something would be nice, but I just think like the roundabout is it's a big project. For something that's a historic corner.
You have 6,935,000 movements, cars a year.
Yeah.
And you have how many accidents?
10.
10?
10. Yeah. I can't get a decimal point that small.
Yeah.
I'd like to make another observation, okay?
Go ahead, Mr. Ehrenhoff.
Okay, the cause of the thing is that everybody's in a hurry. The east-west on Coral Way is unimpeded. They have no stop signs. Anderson coming from the top has a stop sign, and where Greenway comes in and bleeds in to Coral Way, it has a stop sign. When you're trying to come off of Greenway, probably easiest to make a right turn and be able to merge, okay? But it's a matter of comportment of drivers also. It's not just it's not just that the people on Coral Way are not conceding, but I suggest that you put this circle in, and the behavior of the drivers is going to be exactly the same. Everybody says, I own the road. The people that are going westbound on Coral Way are going to come buzzing around the circle. And when you take away the stop signs on Greenway, then that gives them a suggestion that they too have an equal right to bleed in. And you're going to have drivers hit each other. Now, you will not have as many side impacts, perhaps. You're going to start to get glancing things where two fenders hit each other. But I bet you anything that you spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars or more that are going to go into this, and you're going to continue to have accidents. I have other issues, which are that the historic character of this intersection includes on the the west sides of the intersection, two historic entrances that have, one has arbors and architectures, and another has, I believe, a water fountain. Mm-hmm. And this is it'll affect the aesthetics. Okay, I know you're here because you're talking about minimizing crashes, but I don't believe that taking those stop signs out is going to do much to prevent crashes. I would suggest that you might bring some data and give us some information where you have busy intersections. This is not going to be a two-lane roundabout, okay? So the drivers are going to be fighting again to get across each way. I am not convinced that this is going to solve a problem.
So if I may,
See it expending money and affecting the character of a historic designated intersection.
so because of the nature of traffic circles, even though they may be accidents, the severity of the accidents gets reduced significantly, because now you're looking at those side accidents, they basically become fender benders.
Well, I would
So
suggest
you're looking at a significant increase in safety.
I would suggest that the city and the county talk to each other, okay? And since you don't want to impede flow on Coral Way, that's the major flow. You have relatively few cars that want to go north from Greenway, south from Greenway and north from Anderson. And you could get the two governmental entities to agree to put stoplights, okay? And you don't have to give huge amounts of time impeding the flow on Coral Way. You can have sensors going north and south on Anderson and Greenway that will say a car has come to the intersection, okay? And that can turn a light on and give them 30 seconds or 45 seconds or a minute to cross. There are even ways to measure how much traffic is backed up at an intersection and how many cars you want to let go through. Okay?
I think
You
the issue
cannot-
is they
yeah.
have the money to do this, and it doesn't include lights.
Could I ask a quick question?
But Mr. Maxwell had his hand up.
Sorry.
Yep.
Me either.
And thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. And thank you for coming back and trying to explain. What is the projected cost of the traffic circle?
Around $800,000, including lighting. And that depends on the type of lighting that the city's going to be requesting. If it's any specific type of lighting, the cost could vary.
Okay, so that's about double what a traffic light is from what we all just said.
No.
You
That's a
ju- you just-
single traffic light that was done, not a whole intersection.
Okay. How much has a pedestrian crossing similar to what's in front of the Venetian pool, where you have flashing lights that come up when people press a light and want to cross? Has that been looked at?
The Venetian pool, I don't,
An RFP?
Venetian pool doesn't have any.
The Venetian pool, well, they don't function anymore but it used to have, pedestrian would come up and,
There's
The
one
lights
by
would
the youth center, but that one doesn't work either.
yeah, okay. But I mean, those are solutions
The
too.
Venetian pool has one of those little things that you stick on the floor, and they say, stop here on the crosswalk. That's what is in front of the
They used to
Venetian
have flashing lights in the street, because I live right next to it, right by it, so anyway. So those are so we have lighting at Granada, which is the very next major intersection, street lighting, and how much is that to put in? Let's say we were gonna do four lights there.
I don't.
Anywhere else, okay. Madam, you're an engineer, what do you guys know about the cost of putting in traffic signals?
I'm not involved with that intersection, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, but you're involved with the roadways, right?
Yes.
Just not traffic signals?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
And you-
were you asking for the price of a traffic signal installation?
How much would it cost to put in traffic signals there?
With the current contracts the county has, is $600,000.
600,000? Okay,
Correct.
so it's $200,000 less than putting in a traffic circle that you're proposing now.
And that depends on the type of
I
structure you're going to have
understand.
there.
Sure, it's all relative. Okay, I mean, it's just proportional. It's just like what, Albert said, you've got 6 million traffics, throughs every year, and you've got 10 accidents, so, okay. Thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mr. Fullerton.
Can you give us any data on the number of cars that go through the roundabout at Segovia and Coral and Biltmore Way, and the roundabout at Coral Way? No, that's Segovia and Coral Way. There's another one I wanted to talk to about. But there's
Yeah,
two
that
road-
one is similar
Two ones right
because-
next door to each other.
Yeah, that one has a similar volume of traffic because the traffic eastbound on Coral Way takes Biltmore Drive. So the amount of traffic is almost the same.
Has there been any large issue with accidents on those roundabouts?
That you know of?
Do you have accident
I can
data?
tell you that when the sculptures went in,
When what?
and the sculptures.
Oh, the beautiful sculptures, uh-huh.
There was a bit of controversy, and people were saying that they were going to cause more accidents. And so I went and got the accident reports and compared what it was before the roundabouts went in, before the sculptures went in, and it was less after the sculptures were installed, and less after the roundabouts went in. That the accident was less.
And if I may, we're not proposing a sculpture.
Yes, I know.
Just want to clarify that.
I still get people coming up to me in Publix.
No, I'd like to know what the accident data is on those two roundabouts. Has it gotten worse than it was before when it was a stop street, or better?
So Melissa Desai, Senior Transportation Engineer for Public Works Department. We don't have the data, but as Ms. Thomas Bain said, it has gotten less.
It was definitely less.
Yeah.
And one of the critical things that was mentioned previously is when you get a roundabout, the severity of the crashes does go down because it limits the movements that can go through the intersection. Through this particular intersection, just reviewing some of the crash reports that I pulled, we even had a rollover accident. We've had accidents, that have hit the curbs, stop signs, backflow preventers, several accidents with injuries. These are, you're looking at a number, but at the same time, you have to look at the severity of the crashes and the safety improvement that
So
a
you're
roundabout would
saying
give.
a roundabout is generally safer than a
Yes,
stop?
it's much safer.
What's the safety difference between a roundabout and just making a right-hand turn on both? And what's the cost factor, like for a right-hand turn?
So a right turn only sign,
Oh, no, like a physical barrier, so you can't cross, and forcing everyone to divert to the right, like a yield to the right.
well, not obviously, but if you have a physical barrier, you're limiting the movement. Whereas if you don't have a physical barrier and you have the sign in place, unless you have a police car sitting at that intersection, people might try to make the movement, and then you're going to have
Yeah,
accidents.
no, what I'm saying, if we block it and you say right turn only, and you veer the traffic that way, what's the cost of something that would that
Yeah,
cost?
but it's not only the cost, but those type of improvements, if we can call it improvements, what the consequences are, like usually people, after making the right turn, they make a U-turn. So
Yeah,
that
but you
is,
can't, on Coral Way, there's no way. I mean, I drive that street all the time. You can't make a U-turn on
yes,
Coral Way.
but I'm
in that
telling you in
section.
advance what's happened.
Yeah.
What happens after this type of things are done. So then we are solving part of the issue and we are creating something else. So
No,
it's,
I get it, but in this situation, like, it's not your typical corner, it's not just the corner of, a random street. It's a historic corner, so it's not, we got to kind of think outside the box as opposed to, like, just,
And keep in mind, traffic signals involves math terms.
The what?
Cabinets. The traffic signals involve math terms, cabinets, and all sorts of other, above grade things that will have an impact.
No,
as
but I'm
well.
not saying traffic, so I'm saying just right turn.
Right, no, but there was a discussion about traffic signals also.
Yeah.
So there was
You would have to put in a controller cabinet.
Right.
You would have to put in a service disconnect. You would have to put in concrete. All of these could block, depending on the location that you select for the controller cabinet and the service disconnect, could block the monuments that you have.
So you're looking at several math terms, control cabinet.
For what?
Math terms.
Mast arms are the steel uprights that you see with the arm.
But,
So you'll
no,
have 4 of those. at
No,
the
I get
end.
that for the light. I'm just asking for the right-hand turn.
Right, no, but what I mentioned was for the sake of the discussion of the traffic signal, not for the, I think she asked you a question about the closure.
The closure, I mean, cost-wise, what more or less
I
ballpark?
presume that the cost of the closure will be somewhat relatively minimal, but it doesn't really address the issue of connectivity, it doesn't address the issue of, we'll probably reduce volume through the intersection.
And it does not. So another issue that hasn't been brought up yet is that there is a bus stop on the northeast corner that doesn't have accessibility right now. So we are looking at, with this roundabout, we would be able to increase accessibility for that bus stop because there would be a connection to it and then we would have the north and south.
Is that shown in the drawings that have been
Yes,
submitted?
yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm very excited that the city and county are looking at this intersection for the reasons of it's difficult to approach it as in a vehicle, and it's nearly impossible to cross as a pedestrian. I think this board is the Historic Preservation Board, so I'm not going to argue with the Public Works folks on the efficacy of a roundabout versus straight. We had two questions on the last meeting. One was, what are some of the statistics, which very much help with understanding the issue? The other one was, what solutions were studied? And it was said at the last meeting that we reviewed many solutions and we ended up at the roundabout. So I have sort of two thoughts, or two questions and thoughts is, who's in the room making these decisions? Because I understand engineers like to do engineering things. Since this is a historic plan, was the Historic Preservation Department included? What were their opinions? Was there an urban designer included? What was their opinions? Were there somebody other than an engineer who's going to look at the flow of the traffic, which I would concede is going to be more efficient with a roundabout than with some of these other things that have been discussed. But that does not speak to this intersection that is historically designated as part of the city of Coral Gables. So that is sort of number one on the list. Number two is, I believe there are some very simple solutions that were overlooked. And I love $500,000 to do work, but this intersection already has a right turn flow. So it would be very easy to close the straight through from Anderson to the north and get some sort of effect to reduce the number of angle crashes. I think there's some very simple solutions that should have been explored and or should be explored prior to dumping a traffic circle here. I don't think a signal is the right answer, but again, you guys have already said it wasn't. I think there's easier and better solutions than this engineered solution, and I think you need somebody from the Historic Preservation Department or a historian or an urban designer to help you find it versus just, and roundabout is the best solution, because there was nothing in the presentation that said that you had explored any other solution other than this is the best solution. And it may be the best solution for one criterion and not the many variations of criteria that are out there. And that is my question to you now is, what other solutions were explored and why were they discarded?
The solutions that the county explored were the signal and the runabout.
Which are very engineering-based solutions. I think there are possibly very simple solutions that could help not only the traffic, but also the pedestrian crossings. And if this were not a historic plan, build a roundabout. But it is a historic plan. So I think it's the incumbent is on the city to explore other alternatives that could mitigate the impact of a historic plan. And unfortunately, I don't think the city or the county has done that. I understand the county's direction was to proceed this way. I'm looking at the city. I think it's the city's responsibility to pause for a very small amount of time, sit with your Historic Preservation Department, if you have any architects or urban planners on board, and just take a look at some potentially very simple solutions before you plow through with this heavy-handed engineering solution to what could be a simpler problem. And again, it's a question to the city of if anything has been explored other than those two solutions.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just one question. What part of the historic plan is it that you're looking at that this circle would have a problem? Like,
Mr. Adams.
Yeah, the city street plan is designated the actual streets.
But that's the entire city.
Yes.
but this, what's
the majority of
specific
the city.
about this particular intersection that historically was there that we're changing from the original?
The street plan is historically designated, and that's why any alterations to the street plan have to come to the board. So that would be any sort of alteration in the width of a street or blocking off an alleyway. All these sorts of things have to come to the board for review. If it's a minor widening or a minor change of a curve, then I probably wouldn't bring it to the board. But any sort of substantial alteration to the actual historic street plan by the code has to come to the board. And just to remind the board that, the board when you're looking at the city plan, you have to take into consideration the historic integrity of the city plan and the effect of the proposed amendment on historic integrity, development, and the public purpose being served. So the board has to weigh them up. And I don't know if there's been I suppose there has been some discussion about public purpose, but maybe you want to explain more about the public purpose that this would serve.
But I think just, unfortunately, even asking the question is showing that the city hasn't done it, right? I think the city should sit with their Historic Preservation Department and potentially some professionals that can deal with this to explore other alternatives before.
I disagree that the question hasn't been answered.
To the mic, Hermes.
Oh, sorry. I disagree that the question hasn't been answered. I think there's no bigger public purpose than safety and pedestrian connectivity. So that is the purpose. In addition to, maintaining the traffic flow, which I think most people will agree that is a problem.
I wholeheartedly agree with those things. I just don't believe that this is the only solution. This is the one that you've settled on. I think there are other solutions that are better, and I would like for you to explore it and come back and say, no, they're not better. This is the best solution.
Understood.
But not just the intersection and this, because I really think the city can save a lot of money and get a better design that's more in compliance with the historic nature of the grid and serve the purposes of vehicle and pedestrian safety.
I just want to clarify that the county's paying for this project, not the city.
I'm trying to stay away from the money because it's irrelevant to me. I'm looking at on the Historic Preservation Board as the plan of the city, and then the public purpose. I agree with 100%. I just think the result of your experimentation is lacking. I think you should explore other alternatives and then tell us why this is the best one versus because in your experience is the best one doesn't mean it's not the best one here.
Understood.
And a question to the board, if they worked with historic, historic are not traffic engineers. If someone said, Warren, what do you put at this intersection? I would have said, well, stop signs, traffic signals, or a roundabout, or maybe even certain turns, right-hand turn only. But traffic signals are going to have a bigger impact on the intersection, I believe, than the traffic circle would. I believe there are stop signs there at the moment. And so my experience certainly is I'm not too sure elsewhere where we would go if traffic signals are
I appreciate that you're not going to get it in front of an engineer's sign and sealing of a document, but as the Historic Preservation Department, you could, just like you did there, saying that this option is better than this option for the historic plan. I think I would like for the city Historic Preservation Department to be included in the conversations of other options where you can say the same, and maybe one option is better for the plan, but worse for the use. And then we would have information that we can vote on versus now this is the best. I think there should be other explorations where you can say, as far as the historic plan is concerned, option X is the least impactful. And it also could be the least safe. And then it will be up to us to say, okay, we can't go with that one. We have to go with option B. But right now we don't have those. We have this option. And I really believe there are better options for you to explore that could accomplish the same goals. And I would love for the city to take the historic plan seriously and give it one more time to take a look at those possible options before we end up on this one.
Ms. Bing.
I just need to make one comment, which I 100% agree with you. And the department, before you got there, when I was in your place, we did sit down, not on this intersection, but on the DeSoto Fountain, and had outside, that's not a county road, I guess, so it was just the city working on trying to figure out the traffic. And we did get outside consultants in and sat down and came up with something that I was comfortable taking to the board, and that it didn't happen. But I'm curious, in your staff report, you said that a vehicular roundabout was proposed at this location in approximately 2005, which was prior to the designation of the Coral Gables Historic City Plan in 2018. But the intersection itself was designated in 1988. So in 2005, had there been funding, that should have come to this board, that would have come to this board. Just as a clarification.
Mr. Ehrenhaft.
I concur with my fellow board members' comments that tie into the, considering a best scenario for honoring the historically designated aspect of the intersection. And I think it's, I'm going to, an aside that has to do with safety is, I think it's commendable that they've included improved and well-designed ADA crosswalks, but I suggest that without any lights of any kind, they will be meaningless for anybody trying to cross the street. They're going to have to take a risk, and they're going to look left and the right, and they're going to see how fast they can get across from one side and get stuck in the median and then get over to the other side. And if you have anybody on crutches or in a wheelchair, there's nothing to protect them. Those walkways would not be protected for those pedestrians.
That's the way it is now.
Yeah.
I
And
agree,
don't
but
think
this is
there's a
not an
big problem.
improvement to solve that problem.
I don't think there's a huge problem with pedestrian crossing there. I live 3 blocks away from it, and I go to that intersection 30 times a day, just about. And I don't see the big problem personally, and I certainly, my opinion is that I wouldn't want lights there. I mean, I wouldn't want traffic lights there at all. And the only 2 options would be some version of a roundabout or leave it alone.
No, there's many more options.
Well, I'm sure there are many more, but I'm saying without a better one than what you're concerned with, I'd say leave it alone. But I certainly don't see any way to put lights or any mechanical means by which to control traffic there.
Let me see is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor or opposition of this case? You have somebody? Oh, a few, okay. Well, one by one.
How's everybody looking at me?
Yeah. Have these people been sworn in? Well, then they need to be sworn in before they can talk.
They have to be on video.
If whoever is on Zoom wants to speak, we need you to have your camera on so the court reporter can appropriately swear you in.
Yeah, that's good.
Hello, can you hear us? You're looking at me, ma'am. Can you hear us?
I don't think.
Gold. Can you unmute yourself?
She doesn't know it's her.
Hello,
There we go.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Yes, please. One moment.
Do you,
Cheryl, can you hear me? Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, Cheryl Gold.
Ms. Gold, will you raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try and read my remarks so that I don't take more time than I'm entitled to. My name is Cheryl Gold. I'm a resident and an owner at 721 Biltmore Way, just around the corner from the intersection of Anderson and Carl Way. I'm a lifelong advocate of historic preservation. I took the time to participate today to share my personal experience since I moved here 7 years ago. I either walk or drive through the intersection regularly, sometimes on a daily basis. It's like playing Russian roulette. It's dangerous. I cannot safely walk on North Greenway, get across to walk on Greenway, or I cannot drive safely when accessing Carl Way and heading west. Now, I've heard several people say, oh, it's a simple solution you haven't thought of. You just make it a right turn and you put a barricade. Well, I want to go west on Carl Way. So what would I be doing if I'm heading north on Anderson? I'll be forced to take a right turn. And then what? Where am I going? How am I heading west? So much for a simple solution. The city says public safety is the number one priority. This must translate into more than lip service. The public works staff is rightfully supporting the roundabout as the only option to ensure safety for pedestrians and drivers. This issue was originally brought to the county by residents and the city 20 years ago. In the interim, traffic and conditions have only become worse. Now that the county is finally proposing a solution in coordination with our city's transportation department, the historic resources officer is now opposing the project in order to protect the historic quote unquote integrity. I don't know what that really means. I keep hearing that word bandied about, but in my opinion, people's lives and safety are the priority. They trump whatever historic structure, little structure, or the historic grid that's always existed long before we've had this volume of traffic. Anyway, I have one other little, I guess it's an aside, but it's very relevant. Everybody seems very interested in aesthetics and access and historic integrity. I can tell you, nobody seemed to care that we have no access to the Bilbao Plaza, this little teeny green space that we have left out there with the fountain. There's no way to access that if you're a pedestrian, and nobody seemed to care that they took away the grass and the pervious space by putting some giant sofa and a mosaic carpet and lampposts that shine into people's apartments. Nobody engaged the residents. And the same thing is happening today. No one from historic says notice the residents. And from what I'm hearing, the discussion today, you're promoting, talking about having transportation, talk to the county, but nobody's talking about talking to the residents that are impacted by this unsafe condition every single day of their lives. So I urge you to have confidence in the county and our own city transportation and public works and support this roundabout, which will save lives. I think that should trump the historic integrity of the grid. And I'm saying this really as somebody who has advocated for historic preservation for decades. So I thank you for your time.
Chair, I'd like to clarify something. There was no recommendation in the report because staff had not received the figures from the county at the time the report was written. So the comment that staff opposes this, that was never actually stated in the report because a determination couldn't be made until we'd had the facts and figures from the from the county, which is why it was left open to let the board hear the information and make the decision based on that. So that's incorrect.
Okay. Nancy, anybody else?
Okay, Mary Chisena. Can you hear me? Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is
She needs to be sworn in. Okay.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead,
Good
please.
afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marisa Kizena. I live at 721 Biltmore Way. I have lived on Biltmore Way for the last 21 years. Vehicular traffic in this area has since increased exponentially, and I believe it will get worse due to the influx of people moving to the Gables and the new large developments happening around us. The intersection we are talking about today has become increasingly dangerous, both for pedestrians and cars, traffic. I love to walk around the Granada Golf Course. My husband plays golf there just about every day. From our home on Biltmore Way, we must cross Coral Way to get to the Granada Golf Course and the Anderson Road intersection. We're not going to entertain going all the way down to Segovia or to the Granada traffic light just to cross that intersection. My husband and I feel that such crossing on Anderson has become increasingly dangerous and challenging for us to cross. I also drive from Anderson Road across Coral Way and find that dangerous also due to the speeding cars on both sides of Coral Way. I believe that the vehicular roundabout as proposed and pedestrian crossing will avoid speeding of cars and potential accidents and benefit the residents that safely wish to cross that Coral Way at that intersection. I understand that this plaza is a historical landmark and appreciate the beauty and historical value. I'm sure, however, that Demon did not envision the kind of traffic that we're experiencing today when he designed this historical landmark. I also would like to point out that other plazas in Coral Gables have changed their regional look with the addition of roundabouts and traffic lights. This would not be the only plaza that would go through a change. I believe that we should put drivers and pedestrian safety before anything else, as much as I appreciate the historical value of this landmark. I would also suggest to create a historical marker plaque with the history of this landmark for future reference. And quickly, in answer to the gentleman and other comments who mentioned the right turn only from Anderson to Coral Way, if a driver wishes to go west on Coral Way and cannot make a left turn, we have to go all the way down to Segovia Roundabout, up on North Greenway, down to Granada to eventually find Coral Way and make a turn at that point. It seems to me that this will create additional traffic, especially during rush hour, when Coral Way is already quite busy. And I think we are experiencing enough traffic in the Gables, Miami, that we don't need to create additional traffic. Now, I'm European. Roundabouts, I understand they're fairly new in America, and definitely American drivers are not as used to as European drivers, for whom is the norm. The decreased speed and severity of accidents definitely is proven by some of the people that spoke earlier today. The roundabouts are just a question of driver education. Eventually, the use of the roundabout is an education on drivers will eventually get used to it, like is the norm in the Europe. It will become a norm here as well. The two roundabouts on Biltmore Way and Coral Way, the ones that cross Segovia, have been successfully decreasing number of accidents and the severity of those accidents, and that definitely help for pedestrian crossing. At the beginning, they were not used properly, but as time goes, I noticed that more and more people understand how to use them, and I believe that the same will apply to roundabout at this particular intersection. As far as the flashing lights, I just heard two examples of two flashing lights that do not actually work. So I don't see the purpose of putting flashing lights that in no time will not work. And apparently the city is not taking care of them. Thank you for the time and thank you for listening to my comments. And I hope that, again, safety comes first.
Thank you.
Maritza Jacobson, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Maritza Jacobson, and I live at 2401 Anderson Road. This is a building that is on the corner of Coral Way and Anderson. I have lived here for 20 years. My apartment faces Coral Way, and I have personally witnessed from my apartment hundreds of accidents in the last 20 years in that intersection. It is a dangerous intersection for both drivers and pedestrians. I have seen those rollover accidents that were mentioned earlier, and it is not a pleasant sight. I personally do not even make a left turn to go west on Coral Way and Anderson. I go the roundabout way to Valencia, to Granada, to make that left turn because the rock columns that are on Coral Way prevent you from seeing the traffic that is oncoming until it's too late, until the cars are right in front of you. I am all for preservation, and that is why I moved to the city of Coral Gables over 30 years ago. But this is a safety issue that puts pedestrians and drivers at risk. We walk our dogs on the Granada Golf Course, and we're literally taking our hands and our lives in our hands every time we walk across the street on Coral Way. We live on Coral Way. So I urge you to please consider putting a roundabout. I think it is a good solution. I think the lights were explored previously. They felt that the roundabout was a better solution. I think that it will minimize and help pedestrians cross the street and drivers slow down so that pedestrians do not get hurt. I have seen so many accidents here that it's really scary, and I believe it is more than 10 a year. So I know you have statistics, but I live here, and I believe it's more than 10. So thank you very much for listening to my comments.
Thank you.
Jessica, I'm asking you to unmute.
Hi there. My name is Jessica Keller.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is Jessica Keller, and I've been a member of this community for 10 years, and I drive, walk, and bike through this intersection on a regular basis to go downtown. I agree with all of the speakers here today and the relevant points they brought up in support of a roundabout. I'd also like to add that in 2018, and as part of the city's comprehensive multimodal transportation planning project, the city adopted Resolution 2018-80. It's the city's Sustainable Complete Streets policy. At the time that it was passed, the policy was recognized as one of the strongest and most comprehensive that truly reflected who we are as a community. What makes this policy a standout is its commitment to sustainability, resiliency, historic preservation, stormwater management, accessibility, and attention to aesthetics. I want to point out a couple sections. I'm not going to read the entire policy to you, but I do want to point out a couple of sections. Section 1, vision, users, and modes. It says the city of Coral Gables strives to develop a safe, reliable, efficient, integrated, connected, and livable multimodal transportation system that enables access, mobility, economic development, aesthetics, health, and well-being for all ages and abilities. It also states that when there are conflicting needs among users, above all, safety is paramount. I'd like to highlight Section 6, context sensitivity. It says the application of this policy will be flexible so as to encourage context-sensitive designs. Context sensitivity to the community's overall surroundings, its current and planned buildings and land uses, and current and expected transportation needs of all users will ensure that projects are appropriate with the context of the neighborhood, sensitive to community values, and balance social, economic, and environmental objectives. I'd also like to point out that Part E of this section says historic elements will be integrated and preserved into the design of its streets. As it relates to safety, roundabouts have been proven as significantly safer than traditional intersections. As the county pointed out, they reduce speeds, conflict points, and most importantly, the severity of crashes. As it relates to aesthetics, there's nothing attractive about large signal mast arms. I can't imagine anyone who would want that at the intersection. What the county is proposing aligns with their Vision Zero plan to end traffic fatalities and serious injuries by 2040. I believe that if the county initiated a community engagement process, we could develop a beautiful intersection that is safe and preserves the historic character of the area. I encourage the board to ask the county and the city to work together to initiate a community engagement process. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more speaker, that's Ms. Carbonell, but she does not have video.
She doesn't have what?
She does not have video. So it cannot be considered testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Ms. Lyons is correct. It can, Ms. Carbonell can appear, but she will not be sworn in, and as such, her comments will not be considered testimony for purposes of this hearing. But she can make her comments if the chair.
Okay, please allow Ms. Carbonell to speak.
We have a letter from her.
If she's.
Go ahead, Ms. Carbonell. I can't speak. Ms. Carbonell, could you please unmute yourself? Hello, can you hear us?
Hello? Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I am calling on behalf of the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. I know that a letter was submitted, and I will read just a few lines from the letter. But before I do want to Mr. Garcia Pons really put it very eloquently, is that, you know, there can be conversations with all the parties, and specifically with the historic preservation staff, and of course making them one of the stakeholders. This is not an extreme, let's do this and not do that. I believe that, you know, safety is important, but we also live in a historic city. The city plan is a historic landmark that has a zoning, it's under a zoning ordinance. And so that's why we're discussing it now. And the issue is to come up with a solution that not only respects the integrity of the historic site, but also the safety of the residents. So that is really important. And what I hear is a very one-sided discussion about doing something that will affect the historical integrity of that area. And, you know, once one entrance goes, then which one is next? And that is important. I think it should be mandatory to read the city plan that was adopted in 2018, because very clearly does it say that this is part of the historic grid. Yes, traffic has obviously increased, but if you think about it, if you do a right turn on Coral Way, just a minute down the road is a roundabout that takes you back on Coral Way, and you can then go west. It is, it's fairly, yes, you're going to have to go down a little, way, but, it's a roundabout. And how many roundabouts, are we going to have in that stretch? Also, the pedestrian crosswalk. I'm all for that, obviously. I mean, those are all very important. And, again, I think Mr. Garcia Pons said it very well. There should be, discussions as to, really holistically, harmoniously, how to incorporate, everything that is needed. With that said, we are in opposition of any alteration and introduction of a vehicular roundabout if it's going to not take into consideration, obviously, the historic integrity of that area. The Balboa Plaza was one of the first plazas erected. And of course, we all know what the history of that is. But they were part of the vision of the City Beautiful. So again, let's not be, really, I feel like if we can follow Mr. Garcia Pons' recommendation, then I think there could be solutions to everybody's issues. And I agree, safety is very important, but, we don't live in a place where history isn't part of what we have to consider. We are a historic city. Our city plan is a historic landmark. So that's why we're having these conversations. By the way, roundabouts are not the end all of, traffic, basically traffic mitigation, because if you've heard the commission meeting just yesterday, roundabouts and traffic calming actually are hindrances sometimes, and people actually speed over them and do not stop. When are you in a roundabout that you think, oh my gosh, he should have stopped, or she should have stopped, or I had to yield and nobody stopped? And so roundabouts are not I believe that there could be other solutions, safety solutions for cyclists. A roundabout, you can't ride a bike and get on a roundabout, that's for sure. And some statistics on roundabouts is that there's obviously driver uncertainty when yielding. There's too many merge points, so you don't know when you're going to go in there, especially roundabouts that have two lanes. I don't know if you've tried the one by but that is kind of a scary roundabout. When, again, these are people that they don't even consider roundabouts. They think it's just a straight line or a straight lane. There's driver speed. There's drivers that cut into the roundabout, and also the shoulder lane for bicyclists. I mean, you can't even consider it to even try it. And so, again, it's really important that we consider our city plan. We consider our historic grid. We consider our historic entrance. And if anything is planned for that area, that should be a basic, just a basic point that must be considered. So I urge you that you follow Mr. Garcia Pons and maybe motion that way. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Chair, you all have copies of the letter of support. Do you need me to name the people that submitted them, or are you good? You have them?
We have them. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I have one question for staff, Mr. Diaz. One of the speakers was speaking about Vision 210 and the community engagement process, requesting some sort of community engagement process. Is that something that the city would be able to do? Have a conversation with, a more public, open conversation with the community about these solutions? Again, I've made my position clear. The board can only look at it from the position of historic preservation, which is what we're doing. But my question is, has the city done that, or will the city consider doing that?
Has the city done that?
Currently, there are no scheduled additional meetings other than potentially going to commission next. That's currently where the plan is. Doesn't mean it's written in stone.
That would be the first and next public meeting would be a commission.
Possibly, but that hasn't been determined.
Thank you, sir.
It seems to me that so many people are worried about the historic plan of Coral Gables that this is a pointless conversation. We are not going to move off that, apparently, and there are a lot of people that have joined us in that respect. I disagree with that personally, but I don't see why we're prolonging the argument if they're just doing a lot of work for nothing. I think we have to decide whether we're going to be willing to look at alternatives to this intersection or not.
So, Mr. Phillipson, this is just a recommendation to the city commission. We
I
don't get the final say.
understand, but we have a lot of conversation about how important this particular intersection is to the historic aspect of the city of Coral Gables, and we're not coming off of that. We're keep saying it, and other people listen to us and say the same thing. And why are we wasting everybody's engineering time if we're going to say no? I mean, I think we're being blinded by some things that we shouldn't. I think safety here is the most important thing. And that stop street is not safe. It's not as safe as a roundabout would be. That's period. End of conversation. There's just no alternative better than a roundabout. In my view.
Mr. Ehrenhaft.
I would like, if there's further input given to the board where plans are going to impact on historic aspects, I still cannot see anything offered that shows that pedestrians and bicycle crossing will be improved by any solution, okay, other than a stoplight.
Well,
because
I think a stoplight,
the traffic is going to keep coming fast and hard, east and west on Coral Way.
You know what? I understand, and I understand your concern, and believe me, I have seen the issue. But people slow down at a roundabout naturally; they just do. And how have we been doing on our historic layout of the city with those two huge roundabouts at Segovia and Coral Way, and Segovia and Fillmore? Those were enormous changes to the traffic change, and nobody said a word to us, as far as I know. Maybe I wasn't on the board at that time, but I just don't understand how we're so concerned about this one, and we didn't go through the same difficulty, I should say.
Maybe that's why we are concerned this time.
Well, those have been successful, I think, except for the sculptures.
Al?
I think I remember from staff or somebody at the board that there was a distinction between those two roundabouts and this intersection. Is there, at the last meeting, there was some mention of
I don't
why it's different?
I don't believe the plan was designated at the time that those circles were approved.
That's why
The historic plan.
You mean we're designating a plan that's not even the one that Merrick laid out in the beginning?
No, the other two traffics.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those were laid out at the same time. Those roads were there for years.
Wasn't designated at the time of those circles. We would not have reviewed it.
You mean the whole streets?
The designation of the city plan refers to the historic city plan and not later interventions. So the grid of streets, the overall grid of streets, the different
We're
reservations like the overall historic city plan is designated, not the circle at Segovia. But
No,
that,
no,
but
I
the
understand,
circle, but the circle at Segovia and Coral Way did come to the board because of Segovia Plaza in which it's located.
And that's like this one, I think. It has been successful. I mean, pedestrians work on it and use it as they must. However, you know, they are careful. They wait for a break in the traffic and then they go.
We have a motion.
I would love to make a motion, but I don't want to, you know, I think I'm working against the tide here. And I don't know what I would say except to accept the plan.
Well, I'm open to a motion, make a motion.
I'm not good at motions. I'm not, I don't want to necessarily say I move that we go ahead with this one. I agree with Cesar that maybe we need to look at options. So, okay, I'll make a motion that we, on the basis of a roundabout of some description, we move forward and meet with staff and do what we can to help make us feel better, but in the realm of a roundabout rather than a stop street or a signalized street or a right turn only street.
We're being asked to either, make a recommendation on the alteration of the historic street grid, based on the vehicular roundabout, or to deny the request. So I don't know if we have a third option.
No, Mr. Chair, that's correct. Those are the options that the
So-
applicant is asking for today. A yes or a no on the recommendation to
So-
the city commission.
So that's, if you're going to make a recommendation, it has to be based on that.
Okay, then I move that we move ahead positively on this recommendation.
Can you use the language that's in the,
Well, you always do that to me.
yes, I have to.
That's why I said I don't do motions. Okay, I move that we make a recommendation of approval to the City Commission for the request of the alteration of the historic street grid and introduction of a vehicular roundabout.
Okay, do I have a second?
I tried.
Doesn't look like I have a second here. Do I have another motion?
Just for the record, if there's no second, that motion fails.
And if no motion is made?
The applicant has asked for a motion today, so
If no motion is made?
we need a motion to be made to end the item.
All right, I'll make the alternate motion. I'd like to add to it, but I guess I can't.
You could, I mean, depending on what you add, we can see what you add, but
I'll make a motion to recommendation of denial for the request. Oh, sorry. I make a motion for a recommendation of denial for the request.
Do I have a second?
Can you make it of the proposed request? This specific solution?
Yes, this specific solution.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Spain and Mr. Garcia Pons.
Mr. Fullerton,
No.
Ms. Bakivig,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhalf,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Thank you. All right. The next case file. Case file LHD 2022-011, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 831 Capri Street, legally described as Lot 8, Block 84, amended plat Coral Gables, Granada section, according to the plat thereof is recorded in Plat Book 15 at page 7 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida.
Can you play the PowerPoint, please?
This mid-1920s single-family property at 831 Capri Street is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. The designation application was submitted by the owner.
Makes sense.
As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables zoning code, criteria for designation of historic landmarks, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria as outlined in the code. 831 Capri Street is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criteria 1. It portrays the environment and era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. 831 Capri Street is a residential single-family home in the Granada section. It's on a 50-foot by 102-foot interior lot on the east side of the street between Southwest 8th Street and Mariana Avenue. Coral Gables was originally conceived as a suburb of Miami and attracted investors from across the nation during the South Florida real estate boom of the 1920s. Merrick drew from the Garden City and City Beautiful movements of the 19th and 20th century to create his vision for a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city, which is now considered one of the first modern planned communities in the United States. The city's developmental history is divided into 3 major historical periods. During the initial developmental period, architectural design specifically combined elements commonly used in Spanish, Moorish, and Italian architecture. The home at 831 Capri Street espouses Merrick's Mediterranean ideals and is an early example of what are now known as the Coral Gables cottages. The October 1921 map on the left of this slide shows the layout of Coral Gables when lots first went on sale in November of 1921. Initial sales were in the direct vicinity of Merrick's homestead in Section A, circled in red. Sales were very successful, and the remainder of the land was divided into sections B through I, as seen on the map on the right, and offered for sale throughout 1922. As sales took off, Merrick looked to expand his land holdings. Records indicate that he's expended a tremendous amount of time in extending his holdings north to the Tamiami Trail, in the area highlighted in purple. Note that initially he only held the lots on either side of Granada Boulevard, as denoted by Section F. By fall 1923, Section F, which is highlighted here in purple, was significantly expanded. Merrick renamed it the Granada section and redirected hundreds of workers to lay the infrastructure. In 1923, as Merrick increased his land holdings, he began to develop Coral Gables using Garden City precepts. Unlike earlier sections, the Granada section was platted with large areas allocated for moderately priced and smaller-sized homes. To showcase his vision, Merrick commissioned architects to design 58 Mediterranean-inspired homes to demonstrate that though smaller, the moderately priced homes in Coral Gables would have the same quality of construction and aesthetic as the larger homes. These one-story homes were the first of what would later be classified as the Coral Gables cottage. 6 of the homes were on Capri Street. In the Granada section, Merrick stated that these homes would, quote, embody new and radical departures from the usual type of small house designing, with compactness, beauty, and comfort that will appeal to smaller families. Each home will be a different, finely detailed design. These homes were a source of pride for Merrick. In 1925, he stated, "Frequently at night, Mrs. Merrick and I drive through Coral Gables. We go into the moderately priced sections and we find something which gives me even more pride in an accomplishment of an ideal. People who formerly used stock plans can now have a well-appointed home. It's gratifying to see the difference in the attractiveness of one of our very moderately priced houses compared to the houses of similar cost in the unrestricted sections of Miami." The home at 831 Capri Street was amongst these moderately priced homes. The original permit for the home has not been located to date, and it's not clear if it was built in 1924 or 1925. Secondary records indicate the permit was filed on June 10, 1925. It should be noted that building permits were not recorded in Coral Gables until May of 1925, after the city was incorporated. Many of the permits filed during 1925 were for buildings that were already constructed. Numbers were assigned as they were filed and were not chronological. Therefore, dates on original drawings, photographs, newspapers, and other records are used to date buildings constructed prior to 1926. Stylistically, this home is in keeping with the early moderately priced homes dating to 1924. A county record refers to the original garage as a 1924 building, but there is no source for this statement. This is a February 1924 plat map of the Granada section, with Granada Boulevard highlighted in blue. As indicated by the red line, note that Capri Street originally ended at Mariana Avenue. The northern portion of Capri Street, indicated by the yellow line, first appears on maps in December of 1924 and was officially platted in February 1925. This does not preclude the home from being built prior to the street platting. There are several instances of Mediterranean Revival homes built in the Granada section prior to the land becoming part of Coral Gables. Regardless, it is clear from newspapers that the home at 831 Capri Street was occupied by October 1925. As seen in the 1938 aerial photograph on the right, the home remained the only property on the east side of the northern portion of Capri Street through the 1930s. Home at 831 Capri Street has had one addition. In 1963, one room was added to the southeast corner of the home. The permit for the addition has not been located to date. The 1963 survey shown here indicates the original footprint of the home, and the current aerial to its right clearly shows the location of that addition. As seen in the 1963 survey, there was originally a two-car garage located at the northeast corner of the lot. For an undetermined period, the property included the adjacent Lot 9, which may have provided access to the garage. It's not clear when Lot 9 was sold, but by 1963, it was no longer part of the property. In 1963, the owners asked for an exemption to allow them to build the addition and to relegate the garage to storage. The zoning board approved the request with the stipulation that an off-street parking space be maintained between the home and the street. On April 2, 1963, the City Commission issued Resolution number 9881 to that effect. In December of 1986, the city attorney issued an opinion allowing for the demolition of the garage that was no longer accessible due to the 1963 addition, and for the rear patio permit to be issued without the necessity of a garage or a carport on the property. The garage was demolished in 1987. Merrick chose to develop Coral Gables as a Mediterranean-inspired city because he felt this type of architecture harmonized best with South Florida's climate and lifestyle. The home at 831 Capri Street honors Merrick's vision. Built over a crawl space to provide ventilation and separation from the high water table, the home has thick masonry walls to aid in keeping the home cool and varied casement windows and porch features arranged to provide much-needed cross-ventilation and light in this tropical environment. The home includes many additional character-defining features of the Mediterranean Revival style, which include but are not limited to the textured stucco exterior walls, combination of roof types and heights, a Spanish-inspired round-top chimney, wing walls, barrel tile roofing coping, stylized parapets, decoratively arranged groups of round vents, projecting front entry bay, a front entry terrace, and a variety of recessed windows with protruding sills. The living space of the one-story home is primarily under a flat roof with simple stylized parapets. The front facade of the home is comprised of a projecting shed roof bay and an entry terrace. Terrace is delineated by curved wing walls. The front door is at the north end of the terrace, leading to a projecting bay that was originally a screened entry porch. The porch openings were enclosed with windows, reduced in width, and the large projecting sill removed at an unknown date. Based on historic photos, this intervention occurred post-1978. The original roof tile was two-piece cap and pan. The current Spanish S-barrel tile was installed in 2003. The windows of the home are recessed with protruding sills. The 1963 addition does not have sills, hence differentiating it from the original home. Centered above many of the windows are decoratively grouped round vents. The original casement windows with high-profile muntins, which can be glimpsed under the awnings of the 1940s photo. A permit for the installation of the current awning windows has not been located to date, but historic photos, like the one here, indicate that the change occurred prior to 1974. Side facades retain their original features. The slide in the lower left provides a clear view of the 1963 addition at the southeast corner of the south facade. In the line drawing of the north facade, the configuration of the shouldered, round-top Spanish-inspired chimney is delineated. On the rear facade, the northern portion is the original 1920s home, and the southeast corner is the 1963 addition. The delineation between the addition and the original home is not immediately apparent, but can be discerned with close inspection of the stucco and parapet. The infill of a large horizontal opening is apparent in the stucco in the original portion of this bay. Its proportions are consistent with the original protruding rear bay being a sleeping porch prior to the 1963 addition. The wing wall at its northeast corner was part of the pair seen in the photo of the original garage. At the center of the rear facade is the original flat roof back porch bay with its single entry door. At the northern end of the facade, the French doors are likely not original, but rather was the location of a double window that was enlarged for added access to the backyard. In conclusion, the single-family home at 831 Capri Street was constructed between 1924 and 1925 during the first period of Coral Gables development. Founder George Merrick purposely developed Granada section following Garden City precepts of offering housing for different income levels without sacrificing quality. He commissioned houses that exemplified his vision for moderately affordable yet attractive homes in the Mediterranean Revival style. This modest residential type is now known as the Coral Gables Cottage. The home at 831 Capri Street is an example of this founding vision. Designed in the Mediterranean Revival style, it possesses numerous character-defining features indicative of the early Coral Gables homes. There are few changes to the features of the home at 831 Capri Street, and the property retains its historic integrity. Hence, it is part of a collection of quality residences constructed during the city's land boom period and significantly contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. Staff recommends approval for the local historic designation of the property at 831 Capri Street based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
We have one letter of support here from the Historic Preservation Association of Coral Gables. I'm not sure if the owners are here. No. This was requested by the owners. I'm not sure why they're not here. They were quite excited about it.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to speak in favor or opposition of this case? No? Okay. Any questions? Any questions?
I think the staff did an incredible job in the report and the presentation, and I'm happy to move it unless somebody. So a motion to approve the local historic designation of the property at 831 Capri Street based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance as evidenced in the staff presentation and report.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Garcia Pons and Mr. Maxwell seconds.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Ms. Vakavig,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Mr. Aaronhaft,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great. Next case file, LHD 2022-013, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 517 Aragon Avenue, legally described as the west 36.4 feet of Lot 16 and all of Lot 17, Block 10, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 5 at page 111 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
Can we play the PowerPoint, please?
The property at 517 Aragon Avenue is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. The application is a result of a historic significance determination as requested by the Board of Architects. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation of historic landmarks, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of a historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria as outlined in the code. 517 Aragon Avenue is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 significance criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4. It exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criteria 1. It portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. Situated between the Granada Golf Course and Lejeune Road in Coral Gables Section B, the single-family residence at 517 Aragon Avenue sits on an interior 86 by 110-foot lot. Coral Gables' developmental history is divided into 3 historical periods. George Merrick founded it in the early 1920s based on his vision for a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city. The architecture during the initial period combined elements commonly used in Spanish, Moorish, and Italian architecture and has come to be known as the Mediterranean Revival style. During the 1920s, structures and amenities were built almost exclusively in this style. The construction of 517 Aragon Avenue occurred during the city's second developmental period. It was one of the first homes built during the New Deal era when the city began to embrace contemporary styles while using features of the Mediterranean Revival style. As discussed in the following slides, this home was permitted in February 1937 by architect William Merriam. It is one of a few hundred homes built during the 1930s in the Coral Gables. The home at 517 Aragon Avenue is an early example of the minimal traditional style that emerged in the direct response to the Housing Act of 1934. It is thoughtful execution of a home that acknowledges the city's Mediterranean Revival foundation while embracing modernistic aesthetics and was one of the first homes in the city to usher in this new style. In Coral Gables, the dire downturn in the economy coming so closely on the heels of the devastating 1926 hurricane had a drastic impact on new construction. In Coral Gables, few single-family homes were built during the Depression era. You can see here the precipitous dollar value decline of permits issued in the late 1920s. With the implementation of the New Deal and other incentives, the building industry finally experienced a small resurgence in the late 1930s and early 1940s. However, it abruptly ground to a halt during the war years as materials and expertise were diverted to the war effort. As construction in Coral Gables tried to regain its footing in the 1930s, it shifted away from the elaborate and embellished Mediterranean Revival style of the 1920s towards simpler and more modern designs that reflected the new aesthetic and priorities of society. In doing so, Coral Gables began to follow national housing trends, and the city entered a new architectural era which bloomed into the building boom of the 1950s. The homes built during the 1930s were unique, transitional, and most were of the modernistic aesthetic. They represented a turning point in Coral Gables' architectural history. The home at 517 Aragon Avenue was one of the first of these modernistic homes in the minimal traditional style. The Housing Act of 1934 created the Federal Housing Administration. The minimal traditional style emerged as a direct response to this New Deal endeavor. Renowned architectural historian Virginia McAllister states, "The minimal traditional house was the little house that could. It was a small house that could be built with FHA-insured loans in the midst of the Great Depression between 1935 and 1940. The minimal traditional was a well-studied and thoughtful response to the most challenging conditions to ever affect home construction in the U.S. In the early 1930s, the Great Depression virtually shut down the home building industry. Banks were going under, mortgages were past due, and there were no funds for new construction. The urgent first step was the creation of a new method for insuring long-term low-interest mortgages. This was accomplished in 1934 through the creation of the FHA, whose goal was to produce small homes the average working American could afford. The FHA not only provided insurance that covered the mortgage loan a bank made, it also prepared publications that showed how to most effectively design a small house. Architects desperate for work after 1930 enthusiastically turned their attention to the design of a small home. In the 1930s, minimal traditional homes appeared across the country. Its simplicity responded to the economic hardships of the Depression and the burgeoning modern aesthetic of subtle ornamentation and streamlined homes. Typically, minimal traditional homes were one story with 2 to 3 bedrooms and low to moderate roof pitches. They were well built and often used modern materials and methods. This style focused on the practicality of floor plans and the emerging trend of the attached garages. Minimal traditional homes combine restrained features of earlier ornate house styles with the contemporary aesthetic. In general, common influences on the minimal traditional style across the nation were colonial revival, arts and crafts, and the Tudor styles. However, the minimal traditional style was flexible and could embrace various features. This led to area-specific variations, such as occurred here in Southeast Florida. Minimal traditional houses in Coral Gables were decidedly modernistic. This aesthetic included smooth stucco, an overall horizontal emphasis, fenestration without sills, curving in geometric forms, and simplified roof types. Coupled with this modernistic aesthetic was the incorporation of elements from the Mediterranean Revival style. The single-family residence at 517 Aragon Avenue is a very early example of a minimal traditional home and is representative of how the style manifested in Southeast Florida. It includes numerous hallmark features of the style. It is one story with an overall horizontal and geometric emphasis and low-pitched roofs. The home is clad in lightly textured stucco, and the fenestration is recessed without sills or lintels, which gives the modernistic impression of openings being carved out. The original openings visible from the street are dominant and visually balance each other, from the Morris arched front porch to the large rectangular window with a curved opening, to the shallow arched square opening of the carport. In the modernistic aesthetic, the numerous decorative features of the Mediterranean Revival style have been replaced with simple features that impart a geometric impression. For example, the large Spanish chimney, common in the Mediterranean Revival style, has been replaced with an interior chimney, also with a geometric emphasis. While clad in barrel tile of the Mediterranean Revival style, the roof along the front facade is low and broad, and the gable roof extends to accommodate the porch bay. This is a distinct departure from the use of separate roofs of varying types and heights common in the Mediterranean Revival style. The signature modernistic feature of a corner window is found on the east facade. There is also the curved modernistic built-in planter at the southeast corner. Additional embellishment is minimal and is comprised of a Mediterranean Revival element of grouped events, which are condensed in this style to a rectangular group in the gable eaves and the crawl space openings. These also add a horizontal emphasis to the home. Comparison of historic photographs with the extant structure and examination of building and public records indicate that this minimal traditional style property retains its historic integrity. On the left are the current property survey and an aerial photo. The only addition to the home occurred in 1961. It's a one-car garage at the west end adjacent to the original carport. As seen in the permit drawing on the top, the front facade of the original carport was moved out a few feet to align with the new garage. Garage doors were also installed in the carport at this time. The center photo shows the new configuration shortly after completion. The front facade is distinctly horizontal. Main contributors are the low-pitched roofs with the shallow eaves and a series of large modernistic openings across the facade. The markedly geometric openings are the Moorish arches of the front porch, which are seen from the interior in the photo on the bottom right. These are hallmark features of the home. The large horizontally oriented rectangular window, whose modernistic rounded sides is seen in the top right photo, and the shallow segmental arched square openings of the carport and the garage. The light texture of the stucco accents the home's geometric emphasis. At the eastern end, the front porch bay protrudes slightly from the plane of the remainder of the facade, and the gable roof seamlessly continues to encompass it. Note its carved rafter tails. The current jalousie windows were installed in 1961. Some of the home's modernistic features are obscured by security grates, hurricane shutter frames, or vegetation. 3 features of note are called out here. They include the corner window, whose location is indicated by the red arrow on the 1937 floor plan. It is clearly seen in the 1940s black and white photos here, and is currently encased in a hurricane shutter, as seen in the photo in the upper right. There are 2 built-in planters that add to the geometric nature of the home. At the southeast corner of the home is a 2-tier curved built-in planter. It is indicated by the green arrow. It is currently overgrown, but can be glimpsed in the current photo in the upper right and in the 1940s historic photo. The cascading stairs to the front porch, which extend to a built-in planter, are additional horizontal features. The planter is indicated by the blue arrow and is currently obscured, as seen in the bottom photos. The photo in the upper left provides a view of the rear of the home. At the western end is the new garage and the original carport. The carport retains its pass-through essence when the doors are open, and the space is used as a covered terrace, as seen in the photo in the upper right. The photos on the bottom show the west elevation of the home. The 1937 permit drawing on the left shows the facade prior to the installation of the French doors in 1994. The photos on the right here show the eastern portion of the rear facade. Note the line of square vents in the gable ends and the crawl spaces. This is both a nod and a departure from the Mediterranean Revival round vents typically found above the windows. The architect William Merriam started his career in Coral Gables in 1924 as a draftsman to H. George Fink. Hence he was well versed in the Mediterranean Revival style and often incorporated nods to the style in his modernistic buildings. In conclusion, the single-family residence at 517 Aragon Avenue was designed by William Merriam in the minimal traditional style. Permitted in February 1937, it is amongst the few homes built during the New Deal era in the city. This 1937 home is an early example of a style that emerged in direct response to the Housing Act of 1934. The 1930s was a transitional architectural period in Coral Gables. As construction in Coral Gables tried to regain its footing during the Depression era, it shifted away from the elaborate and embellished Mediterranean Revival style of the 1920s towards simpler and more modern designs that reflected the new aesthetic and priorities of society. In doing so, Coral Gables began to follow national housing trends, and the city entered a new architectural era. The home at 517 Aragon Avenue thoughtfully acknowledges the city's Mediterranean Revival Foundation while embracing the modernistic aesthetics. It is one of the first homes in the city to usher in this new style. The home retains its historic integrity and serves as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. Staff recommends approval of the local historic designation of the property at 517 Aragon Avenue based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
The property owner is here with his representative. They have some handouts and a PowerPoint presentation they would like to show you. Can we play the property owner's PowerPoint, please?
I'll hand it in at the right time. Thank you very much.
Board members, thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate the time very much. I'm going to speak rather quickly can you hear?
Your name, please.
In a moment. My name is Edward Martos. Office is at 2800 Ponce de Leon Boulevard here in Coral Gables. And I'm going to speak rather quickly during the presentation. It's hopefully to everyone's benefit, but please slow me down, tell me to stop. No insult there taken, okay? So I'm here on behalf of the property owners, and next slide, please. Before I get into it, I really want to emphasize how we got here. The property owners are two newlyweds in November. In November of 2022, they decided to move into Coral Gables and make it their permanent home. He's an architect, and so of course it's always been his dream to build his own home, and that's what he's hoping to do here on this property. I emphasize that they're new owners because none of the changes that we're going to discuss and conditions of the buildings are obviously theirs. It's something that's happened over many decades. I won't go into the entire overview, but you get the gist. We're going to start with the law, then the facts. We're going to emphasize the facts presented to you already, and then supplement them with some facts from our architect, do some analysis, and then I'll reserve a little bit of time for any public comment there may be, any questions you may have. So to start with the law, you hear this code provision referred to you every time you're here, multiple times, but I think it's always good to slow down and take a look at exactly what it says. It requires effectively three things, but not necessarily the three things mentioned in the staff report. It requires first, and the slide you see in front of you is directly taken from the code. It requires first that you find that the thing you're designating, right, possesses integrity. And you see where I've underlined that. Then the second paragraph requires that that character be significant, must have significant character. The third paragraph doesn't apply here, it's for multiple properties. And the fourth paragraph goes into the criteria that staff emphasize in their staff report, one of those three things that they mention. On the next slide, please. Here you can see the three things staff called out, right, out of a list of many. And only one of these three is required, but the two other ones are definitely required. So total, you have three things that are required: integrity, significance, and one of these three, which are exemplifying a trend, portraying a style, or embodying characteristics of a particular style. Next slide, please. So in layman terms, right, it's 5 points. Integrity, right? What does that mean? It hasn't lost the original thing that it had, that original style that made it special. Significant, it stands out. You're a city full of great historic properties. If this one is to be significant, it really needs to pop out. And then it must meet one of those criteria. Exemplify a trend, meaning be a prime example. Okay, portray an era of history. It brings you back to that era. When you see that building, you say, I'm in the Depression era, and you know it, right? Because you've seen it. And then finally, it embodies a particular characteristic that's peculiar to that architectural style, okay? When you think of that architectural style, it has this feature, and this building happens to have that feature. Next slide, please. Well, actually, no, this is fine. When I first heard of minimal traditional, I didn't have a staff report with me, so I started doing some research. I had no idea what it was. And the gist of it, as you heard now from the staff report, is it was a response to tough economic times and there's no hard set guidelines, right? It can be, it's sort of like a chameleon, if you will. The county code, or rather their guidelines, say something similar, right? I'll just highlight one sentence out of here. The first sentence in that box on the left. It's a catch-all term, right? Because at that time, tough times mean you improvise and you have to be flexible on your architectural style. So here you have some examples from Coral Gables, and we're going to discuss those. Next slide, please. Here you have some county examples, right? Very boxy, rather, for the most part, flat. Some of them have a little bit of protrusion, but you get the idea, right? Now, when I thought about this, before I had the staff report, I said, this presents a real challenge because you have an obligation, a duty, right, to find that a building is embodying certain characteristics and particular features of an architectural style. But here you have a style that is a chameleon. It has everything, right? So it's a real challenge, but it's not an insurmountable challenge. It's something you've done at least 3 times, right, that we've been able to identify. So let's look at those, right? You have the first one here that was mentioned in the staff report, 501 Aragon. The picture says everything. You look at the left, looks a lot like the right, okay? Almost no changes. And it's not just the pictures that get you there. The staff report from 501 Aragon, we pulled that, we took a look. Every staff report highlights all the additions and alterations that have been made. That's the entirety of the discussion about alterations for 501 Aragon. No structural additions have been made. Alterations have been minimal. Let's go to the next property. 737 Menorca, okay? Pictures kind of present the same idea, almost identical. You can see the window there is now, used to be a garage, but for the most part, the porch, for example, remains the same as it was, right? Let's go to the next slide. Staff report says something very similar. The last one, it's just got this one paragraph. It's retained integrity. This one had a little more discussion. So let's dive into that discussion. Next slide. Now here you have that extra discussion about the alterations for this property. Notice what it says. The alterations were made in 1939 by the same guy who built the building, right? So while it had been modified, many of the modifications, I'm not saying all, many of the modifications were made by the original builder. Next slide, please. And here in plan view, you can see how the plan differs. This is from the staff report. This isn't something that I generated. Notice the blue and orange areas. The blue area is the maid's room. That was done by the original developer of the property, right? So you can see again here on this property, it's retained integrity. Not much has changed. Next slide, please. This is the last example we have in the city of Coral Gables of traditional minimal property that has been designated. Picture says 1,000 words. Pretty much it's just the awnings that have changed, right? Next slide, please. And the staff report says the same thing. This is the entirety of the staff report's discussion on additions and alterations, okay? And you can see there have been few substantive changes. Next slide, please. So how do we compare? Our staff report has 4 pages worth of changes, starting at page 13 and continuing from there. Okay, they've been major. And they're detailed there. You had a major change in 1961 where the front of the building was increased by about 50%. So that horizontality was extended tremendously. You also had further changes later in time where the original porch was enclosed. Okay, and then you had additional additions made to the rear. Okay, windows closed, doors opened. Every facade has been modified. Next slide, please. In plan view, this becomes very apparent. And I'm going to have our architect, he's qualified to discuss all of these in details. Our architect's going to go into all of those changes. Next slide, please. So I'm going to hand it over to our architect, Jose Cardona. And before I do, I want to go really quickly through the legal criteria one last time, because while he's talking, I want you to be thinking about those legal criteria, right? First, it has to possess integrity, right? It hasn't lost that original something that it had, okay? This building has gone through 3 redesigns, and he's going to detail them for you, but think about that. How do you retain integrity after 3 redesigns? Next, it's got to be significant. As he's discussing this, you got to ask yourself, does this stand out among all the great historic properties that we have in Coral Gables? Next, it has to exemplify a style. It's got to be the prime example, right? Unmistakable. When you see this building, you say, this is an example of minimal traditional, whatever that means, right? portray an era of history. It takes you back to that point in history. When you see it, you're in the 20s again or the 30s again. And then it embodies a characteristic. That thing that defines minimal traditional, it's embodied in this one building. Next slide. With that, I'll turn it over to Jose Cardona.
Mr. Martos, thank you for your thorough presentation. Dear board members, I thank you in advance for your time. My name is Jose Cardona, and I'm a registered architect. I'm the principal architect for Design Space Architecture, located in 9990 Southwest 77th Avenue, Penthouse 15. My team and I have over 20 years of combined experience dealing with historic homes in Coral Gables. We have played critical roles remodeling, renovating, and upgrading historically designated properties, as well as a large number of homes in Coral Gables not designated as historic, but that date back to the 1920s. We have a good deal of experience in residential architecture and know exactly what it takes to appropriately design, renovate, and remodel a house in Coral Gables, especially the ones that require a little more attention due to their age. Minimal traditional architecture. Its core values stem from a retraction of ornamentality, lavishness, and complexity. Here we can see a front elevation drawing of the original architecture on the top side of the page. On the right side of the house, we can spot a porch with poured concrete semicircular entryways. The porch also has exposed rafters with decorative rafter tails. It's a design that obviously is something that lends itself to ornamentation. We also see gable transitions on each end of the home and an expansive front window and what was meant to be a decorative chimney stack. All components listed here, in my opinion, hint at an opulent touch by the architect dealing with the presumed budgetary restraints during those times. The most modest gesture in the home appears to be the carport for a single vehicle. Situated on the far left of this elevation drawing, this carport once provided a literal transparency and a sense of lightness to the house. We will see in upcoming slides how that feature has since been altered. Below are some examples of minimal traditional architecture. They read as modest, simple designs with front-facing gables, minimal gable transitions, and a lack of ornamentality. The house on 517 Aragon Avenue at one point had glimpses of minimal traditionalism. However, throughout its life, several extensive renovations and additions have obscured any hints of its intended style. Here we have a diagram that juxtaposes the original massing of the house on the left and the current massing of the house to the right. On the left, you can see the house's attempt at establishing some horizontality with the front facade while being flush with the original carport. On the current massing to the right, we see the construction of a two-car garage situated about 18 inches proud of the original front wall of the building. The volume inserted for the double garage introduces a segmented rhythm along the front facade that creates a push-pull effect, unlike what one would expect from a modest architectural style like minimal traditionalism. On the original massing, we see facade alterations behind the carport where a small single-leaf door once existed. The previous owners constructed oversized double doors and decorative steps leading to it. We can also see the original covered terrace was enclosed on the rear side of the house. Finally, we can see how the semicircular opening to the porch has since been sealed with custom doors with a custom door side light assembly. It had to be custom to fit the artful opening. We provided a plan study on the original plan of the house to identify the areas of alteration. These areas are called out in pink. As you can see, approximately 50% of the floor plan has been altered in a way that retracts from its association with minimal traditional architecture. As mentioned before, a two-car garage was built, the rear terrace was enclosed, the front porch was enclosed, various interior alterations were done, and numerous window and door openings were altered. Here we see the front elevation drawings of the house, of the original house, on the top side of the page, and below a front elevation produced for the current front elevation. The most significant change is the construction of the two-car garage in lieu of the small carport original to the home. The carport once gave a sense of transparency, to the house. Now the two-car garage creates a closed-off, heavy, and opaque feel. Even simply adding one garage door to the carport would have adversely affected the feel of the front facade. In this case, two garage doors have been added. We can also see, as mentioned before, how the frontage aesthetic is now a segmented language instead of a seamless horizontal transition. Lastly, the semicircular porch entry threshold has been sealed with a window door assembly, and custom ironwork was installed in front of the windows and the doors. If this house was previously designated as historic, many of these items would not be allowed nor considered appropriate, as they drastically change the ethos of the home. This back elevation shows the enclosed porch of the rear house between the two gable end roofs. We can also see the wraparound window on the far left of the drawing that was sealed and turned into a large window for a bedroom. Further, the chimney appears to have been designed to have a touch of decorativeness, but at some point it was essentially humbled down, and now it's just a simple chimney. Lastly, we can see the bulky opaqueness instilled at the right side of the house after the double car extension was built. The left elevation facing west was completely altered during a 1988 kitchen renovation. As you can see on the original elevation on the top of the page, the house had two slim doors and a small window in the kitchen. During the kitchen renovation, all openings were sealed and one large double door was installed with decorative steps leading up to it and a large window installed adjacent to the double door. That's the image on the bottom. The original carport also had two openings on the side, which were sealed after the two-car garage was constructed. Again, we can see the bulky and opaque nature of that garage addition. Nearly all openings on the right elevation facing east have been modified. The window to the right was sealed and split into two windows. The window in the bathroom was reduced in size and glass blocks were installed. The wraparound window on the corner was removed and turned into a single punctured window. We also see another elaborate semicircle on the side of what used to be the front porch. As mentioned before, custom windows were installed and custom ironwork was installed superimposed over those windows. It appears that the house has undergone several modifications throughout its history that have unfortunately removed its inclusion to the group of historic homes that exemplify the story of minimal traditional homes built in the 1930s. These homes were meant to be an architectural response to the strenuous economic times. As mentioned, one feature of this house was the carport fashioned on the west side of the residence. When Frank Lloyd Wright coined the term carport in his Usonian homes, the intent was to move away from the fully built garages and provide an economic solution to store vehicles. The minimal traditional style of this home was aligned with that notion. The core value has unfortunately been tarnished by the inclusion of a double car garage on the main frontage of this building, as shown on this image. Here's an image showing the rear side of the garage, again showing that opaqueness. A decorative water feature was also added, and the side extension becomes this segmented wing of the house instead of a continuation as it was originally designed. Here's an image of the interior of that garage addition. Basically, the garage was built around the carport. The structure of the new garage was tied into the existing concrete of the carport, mending them in a way that would require extensive repairs and reinforcement if the garage was to be removed. This is the interior of the front porch that was enclosed. Central air conditioning was introduced. As such, if we were to unenclose this space, the HVAC system for the house would have to be redesigned. Here's another image of one of those enclosures. This is for the rear terrace, and this was permitted during a 1961 renovation. Just like the enclosed porch, both structures have exposed rafters and presumably no insulation. We also noticed the inclusion of exposed rafters on the eave of the front porch entry. The rafters have a decorative rafter tail design, which was a clear move to insert touches of ornamentality to the home. These decorative gestures create an overtone similar to that of which is often experienced in a detailed, intricate, and picturesque architectural style, like in Spanish colonial or Mediterranean revival. both of which are a far cry from the modest and unassuming minimal traditionalist style. Again, we can see in the image that the expressive semicircular entry to what used to be the porch, this would have called for skilled laborers to create formwork that can be considered above average in complexity. And you can also see the custom windows and ironwork that was fashioned here. Here's the image of some of the window openings that were the current state of them after being modified by previous owners. And not only were windows modified, the slim and simple doors were converted to considerably wide window doors, even in today's standards. So my team and I performed an extensive inspection on the residence, during which we visually inspected the crawl space, performed drone inspections on the roof, and scanned the exterior walls using radar technology. The results of the inspection have been documented and memorialized in a report submitted to the board. The main observations dealt with the location and quantity of the steel reinforcement bars, or rebar, of the existing residence, or lack thereof. On this image, we see a floor plan where we placed a red dot on locations where we discovered rebar. While minimal rebar was found, the most concerning thing was the size of the rebar in the existing house. Current building codes require a number 5 or 5/8 inch diameter rebars on the corner of the house. This house, when it was scanned, it's got a 1/2 inch diameter rebar and it's just one on the corner. Surely this house will have to be extensively reinforced in order to be considered a safe dwelling unit. Lastly, several spots in the crawl space appear to have deteriorated wood floor joists, some of which were poorly repaired and are showing signs of failure already. In sum, the alterations that this house has experienced through its time have pushed it further and further away from what could have been considered a humbly designed home in an era where cost of construction was a major driver in architectural design. We urge the Historic Preservation Board to move away from designating this property as local history. Coral Gables has a plethora of beautifully significant local gems, and we feel as though including this home as part of that group would dilute the esteem of being labeled historic home in Coral Gables. Further, I implore the board to entrust that a newly designed home on this lot would be adding to the beautification of this marvelous city, and that the meticulously appointed Coral Gables Board of Architects will undoubtedly aid in approving a design that adds to the embellishment of the City Beautiful. My sincere thanks goes to all board members for hearing my presentation and for considering my opinion.
Hey guys, thank you for listening to all that. I know it was a lot, but we did a lot of work and we worked really hard on preparing today, so I really hope you listened and appreciated that. My name is Sean Patel. That's me. My wife Pooja and I would like to thank you for hearing our presentation. She told me that I could present today as long as I didn't mess it up too badly, so I hope that you listened and hopefully I don't mess it up. I was born and raised here in Miami, Florida, and I've lived here almost my entire life. When I was 10, it was my dream to be an architect. And as many young architects, it was also my dream to design and build my own home. I later pursued that dream and attended Rice University School of Architecture, and then worked in New York City for a bit as an architect before moving back here and starting a design build firm. In 2017, I bought a little townhouse at 231 Mallorca, and I've loved living in the Gables immensely ever since. I honestly believe it's probably the best city to live in the county, and I hope to never have to leave. In April, my wife and I got married and began looking for our dream home. We decided to look for a space for us to build a home of our own. We decided to look for a space to build a home for ourselves that added to and respected the character of the Gables that we love so much, and that also fit the needs of our modern family. Last fall, we found that location, walkable to where we live now, and we jumped at the chance to make an offer. The home as is doesn't fit our needs. It is essentially a 2-bedroom house, and we hope to have children and also host our large Indian families. Historic designation would severely limit us in our dreams for the property, and we're here today to ask you to let us fulfill those dreams for us, for our future family, and for that little 10-year-old kid in me. We're excited and honored to potentially be a part of the Coral Gables story, and hope that you'll give us that opportunity. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Board members, I'll slow down a little bit for some closing remarks. I want to just emphasize 4 key points here. And first and foremost, that legally speaking, designation is not warranted. And the reasons for that are because the building has lost its integrity which is one of the key criteria you must find, okay? Over time, the architect has shown how all the changes have taken away the distinctive look, if you will, of a minimal traditional building, all right? Next, it's not significant. It doesn't stand out among in the historic fabric of Coral Gables. It does not exemplify a style because of all the changes that have occurred. It does not portray a trend in time. When you look at this building, you don't say to yourself immediately, I'm back in the 20s or I'm back in the 30s, okay? And it does not embody any one particular characteristic that you would call minimal traditional. It's quite ornate, as our architect has testified. Important too, because we always think, there's a possibility for rehab or restoration or addition, or maybe even addition within the framework of a historic home, right? But here you found that you can see that it's not really viable for the structural reasons that the architect has pointed out. There are problems with this building involving the rebar, of course, also extending flooring and roofing. You also have to ask yourself, if this is a minimal building and we're going to add, restore, modernize the building, is it still minimal, right? And that's why integrity is important. Third, I want to emphasize, we often say in historic preservation, designation does not mean you can't do anything with the property. And that's very true. But that's not to say that there aren't certain losses. And one of the losses I want to emphasize here, and why I think significance is important, is that the city is losing something. The city as a whole is losing something. The majority of your history is in front of you. It's not behind you. And you have to leave some room for new architects, like the new owners, to come in, to design within the character of Coral Gables, not to go outside the character of Coral Gables, but to build new, to add something new, to contribute to the history. And so that is something that would be lost. And finally, because I'm a lawyer, I have to say, it does affect property values, and we have to keep that in mind. With that said, I'm available for questions, our architect's available for questions, our owner's available for questions, and if there's any public comment, certainly I would like an opportunity to respond. Thank you very much for your time.
Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak in favor or opposition to this case?
Board, I'm going to hand out the materials that we discussed in case you want to reference them. Okay, so I'm just, for the record, I'm doing that, and I have a copy also for the clerk. Thank you.
Anyone in the audience who'd like to speak in favor or opposition to this case? Okay, then I'm closing the public portion of the...
You do have a letter of support from the Historic Preservation
I saw that.
Association.
Okay, but she's got to speak on video, or we really can't, consider what she's saying. And we already have a letter from her.
Ms. Carbonell, can you unmute yourself?
You are unmuted. Hello?
She's got to speak on video, or we really can't, consider what she's saying. And we already have a letter from her.
Okay, are you all listening to me? Can you unmute?
Ms. Carbonell, if you could please turn off whatever video you're watching the meeting on. It seems to be on a delay and we hear an echo.
Just leave it. Just leave it. Ed.
Yep.
Just leave it.
Just leave it.
Leave it.
Ms. Carbonell?
The host, you are unmuted. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Okay. Yes, I heard that I need to be on Zoom. Well, I can't because I'm driving, but you do have our letter in support of staff's report, and I heard all the presentation, and there's only one criteria, as you all know, is needed, and the staff really put together a very strong case for designation. We only have very few homes that Mr. Marion designed, and it does. I do want to say that history is not behind. I mean, it's not in front of us. History is behind us also, and we do live in a historic city, and it's always a wonderful thing where we can continue to preserve what has made us why people move here. And so I do wish the homeowners luck and congratulations, but you have a wonderful cottage, you have a beautiful legacy there, and you have such a great historic and heritage to preserve. So I hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Nancy?
May I rebut, please?
Couple of points from staff, if that's okay.
Sure.
From the,
Yeah,
from
the
the board.
public portion is now closed. Go ahead.
I've got a couple of notes, and I believe Cara does as well. Firstly, I think the presentation, the discussion on minimal traditional was very generalised. Minimal traditional buildings will differ slightly from place to place. And as you know, Coral Gables has its own unique style of architecture dating from the 20s. And in page 6, I think this is clearly explained. By the mid-1930s in Coral Gables, there was a departure from the ornamented and picturesque Mediterranean revival. Minimal traditional houses in Coral Gables most often reflected this precursor style, as well as the dominant regional modernistic styles of Art Deco and Art Moderne. Specifically, minimal traditional style homes in Coral Gables tended to reflect Mediterranean revival style influences, with features such as barrel tile roofs, grouped vents, arched openings, prominent chimneys. The modernistic aesthetic included smooth stucco, a horizontal emphasis, fenestration without sills or lintels, curved and geometric forms, simplified roof types, eyebrows, corner windows, and floral motifs. So that's number one. I think the proper term is using an overgeneralization of the style and not focusing in Coral Gables. We wouldn't use a neoclassical style from Washington to try and justify a neoclassical style here. We would look at local examples. Number two, the question of integrity. How much has the building been altered? There's actually a definition of historic integrity in the definitions sections of the code. Historic integrity is the authenticity of a property's historic identity, evidenced by the survival of physical characteristics that existed during the property's prehistoric or historic period. Historic integrity enables a property to illustrate significant aspects of its past. Not only must a property resemble its historic appearance, but it must also retain physical materials, design features, and aspects of construction dating from the period when it attained significance. These features are listed in Appendix C in your report. It further goes on to say all 6 qualities, integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, or association, do not need to be present for eligibility as long as the overall sense of past time and place is evident. So that's clearly defined in the code. My next point is 737 Minorca was referenced by the applicant as being minimally altered, and that's why it was designated. Well, 737 Minorca actually does have an addition to the side of the property, much like this one that's in front of you today. And so these were really just the things that popped out to me. The final comment, historic designation affects property values. Without any proof of this, it's a bit of a generalization to make. I think you would be hard pushed to argue that historic designation in Coral Gables significantly affects property values, possibly up, but we have no figures to qualify that. I think Cara wants to make a couple of points.
In a similar vein to what Warren just said, the weather example that was noted in the staff report is 1700 Cortez Street. The porch that has the similar arched circular feature has also been enclosed and was enclosed at the time of designation, and that was cited as being minimally altered. So we have done that in the past. The architect said that the Historic Preservation Board would not allow the front porch to be enclosed as it is now. A couple meetings ago, you all actually just allowed someone to enclose their porch, so that's not actually a true statement. Again, the rafters that were noted as an alteration at the porch with the decorative rafters, those are not an alteration. They are original to the house and indicative of the style. And the other point was that on the east elevation, the windows that were noted to be altered were not. If you look on page 13 of your staff report, they were changed during construction, as was common practice at the time. So just wanted to point those things out.
Okay.
Board, I'll be very, very brief. I just want to hit on 2 points, actually 3 points. First, if you'd like to see the actual code provision that applies here, I have a screenshot version in our PowerPoint presentation. We can scroll down to the bottom of that. It very clearly states you have to have integrity, be significant, and then one of those 3 criteria that staff pointed out. It's all of the above. It's 1, 2, and then one of the remainder. Can you scroll back, please? Who's controlling the? I am, yeah. There's a screenshot, and you can see that's straight from Unicode. So it's not just one of all these criteria, it's the first 2, integrity and significance, and then one of a long list. And staff has only called out 3 from that long list. As to the prior historic designation reports, at no point in my presentation did I say that there were 0 alterations in the other buildings. What I said were they were minimal. I pulled words exactly from staff's own reports. I want to emphasize that. There was no attempt to mischaracterize anything. And then finally, with respect to costs, in the packet that you've been provided from our architect, there's actually a breakdown of additional costs and expenses that would be related to a renovation or restoration of the property.
We don't consider costs as far as our deliberations. That's
I understand.
out of scope.
I just want to make it clear for the record that has been submitted into the evidence.
Okay.
So that is there. And finally, thank you again. I appreciate your time very much. I know this is a volunteer board and the hour's late, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments?
I have one question for staff, and I think it was just answered, but I'd like to hear from staff. Has the applicant requested any economic hardship for this, any reasons for economic hardships on this application?
No, that's normally accompanies a certificate of appropriateness application, but there's been no request for economic hardship. We don't know exactly what repairs or alterations are being proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell,
I don't
anything?
have a question.
No? Anybody, any comments? Then I'll consider a motion. Any motion?
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Prior to the motion, I just want to remind you all that the discussion we had for Ms. Carbonell was not sworn testimony today. So to the extent that that's something you rely on, please do not, as that was not sworn testimony today. So whatever motions you make, please make them based on the record that was provided to you and was sworn.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the historic designation of 517 Aragon, legally described as the west 36.4 feet of Lot 16 and all of Lot 17, Block 10, Coral Gables, Section B. And to approve the motion for the preservation on the basis of local historical, cultural, and architectural significance.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Spain seconds it. Mr. Maxwell,
Can I
motion.
proffer a friendly amendment to the, based on the staff report, based on the information provided in the staff report?
Yes. Thank you. Amendment accepted.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Ms. Vakivig?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Half?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Recording stopped.
10 minutes.
was a little aggressive.
Let's get going.
You know, you haven't complained about the house in Almeria that took a permit out for replacing windows and ended up with only 3 walls.
Oh, yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, it's still under construction.
Yeah.
You need to complain about that the next meeting.
Yeah.
All right.
Recording in progress.
Next case file, LHD 2022-015, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 1710 Hernando Street. Legally described as lots 13 and 14, Block 4, Coral Grove section, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 15, page 72 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida.
And we're also reviewing a COA for this one, so if we can review the COA if required after we've reviewed the designation.
That's fine.
Can you play the PowerPoint for the designation?
Property at 1710 Hernando Street is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. The application is the result of historic significance determination filed at the request of the Board of Architects. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables zoning code, criteria for designation of historic landmarks, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 1710 Hernando Street is eligible as a local historic landmark based on its architectural significance. It embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. Situated in the Coral Grove section, the single-family residence at 1710 Hernando Street sits on an interior 113 by 114-foot lot at the northwest corner of Hernando Street and Madeira Avenue. In 1901, Miami pioneer James Gertman bought 40 acres of groves and launched a fundraising effort to build Lejeune Road. His holdings were essentially within the red circle on the map on the left. A portion of his land was platted as Coral Grove section in March of 1925 as part of Miami-Dade County. The blue box indicates its location. As seen in the plat map, Coral Groves used the road names established by Coral Gables, but Gertman did not accept offers to become part of the city. His land was, and to a large extent remains, part of unincorporated Dade County. In 1935, Gertman sold Samuel A. Belcher Jr., whose family founded Belcher Oil, 4 lots in Coral Groves along Madeira Avenue in the northwest corner of Hernando Street, upon which Belcher built a 2-story home. Coral Groves was annexed by the city of Coral Gables over a decade later, in 1948. The property has had several addresses over the year, which presents challenges in tracking its permit history. When the house was built in 1935, the address most often used was 501 Madeira Avenue, as seen here in the December 1935 newspaper photo of the home. The home faces Hernando Street, but as seen here in the 1938 aerial photo, the property at the time comprised 4 lots along Madeira Avenue. The property was also known as 501 Southwest 16th Lane, which aligned with the adjacent streets in unincorporated Dade County. And despite the names assigned within Coral Groves when it was platted in 1925, maps such as the one seen here continued to use Dade County road names. This continued until the Coral Gables annexed Coral Groves in 1948. At this time, the property became 1710 Hernando Street. This photo of the home dates to the 1940s, and the text below is the caption on the back showing the old Southwest 16th Lane address crossed out and the new Hernando Street address added. Permits prior to 1948 have not been located to date. This 2006 window permit provides views of the mostly unaltered facades. In the absence of the original permit and its recordation, the 1935 construction date was verified by county tax roll records and the December 1935 newspaper photo in the previous slide. It's important to note that new construction in the greater Miami area during the 1930s Depression years was very sparse, and this home is one of a limited number that has retained its historic integrity from this time period. The home is in the masonry vernacular style, and it provides a glimpse into the early 20th century building trends of Dade County, which differed from the Mediterranean-inspired plan community of Coral Gables. Vernacular buildings are designed without imitating a specific style, but they do reflect stylistic influences. Masonry vernacular homes tend to be simple in design, largely unornamented, and constructed from readily available materials. In Resilient Rehab, a guide for historic buildings in Miami-Dade County, Alan Schulman discusses the evolution of vernacular architecture in the region. Specifically, that vernacular construction came to represent an aesthetic choice. And most relevant to this home, he states, quote, "After all, while Miami-Dade County was once a frontier outpost, most of the region was a frontier of a different and a very modern kind, one that already associated with leisure and resort practices and expectations. The comfortable suburban houses developed for seasonal residents and middle-class immigrants often merged vernacular tradition with more stylized variants." End quote. This single-family residence at 1710 Hernando Street is an example of a masonry vernacular home and is representative of how the style manifested itself in Southeast Florida. This masonry vernacular style home exhibits influences from the dominant styles in 1935, Colonial Revival and Modernistic. It is heavily influenced by the Colonial Revival style, which was the dominant style for domestic buildings during the first half of the 20th century, with the side gable version being widely popular in the 1930s. Modernistic styles of Art Deco and Art Moderne were the dominant local styles at the time. Character-defining features of the home include but are not limited to those listed here. The Colonial Revival influences on this home include the simple two-story box massing, symmetrical front facade with a central door, side gable roof with flat shingles, large sash windows occurring particularly in pairs, accentuated front entry, flat-roofed one-story wings, large shoulder side chimney, quarter circle and semicircle features, and projecting sills. The modernistic influences include the smooth stucco and the eyebrow hood with the simple geometric curved features on the front entrance and the carport. The home also exhibits the local traditions of being built over a crawl space to accommodate the high water table, a carport, and a Florida room. Sales ads also record the use of local materials, specifically Pecky cypress ceilings and coral rock fireplaces. A hallmark feature of a Colonial Revival home is a central accentuated front entry. It is usually the most ornamental feature of the home and is usually restrained to the door surround and a small entry porch. In this home, the front entry artfully gives a modernistic twist to this Colonial Revival feature with its eyebrow-inspired hood and the smooth masonry brackets. As discussed in the designation report, this feature has been altered. As you can see in the 1940s photo on the lower left, the side steps towards the carport were not original, and the brick facing of the pilasters is also a later addition. It is not clear if the door surround brick is original. Flat-roofed, one-story wings on the gable ends of a Colonial Revival home is a typical massing and is seen in this home. In the masonry vernacular style, homes are largely unornamented, with functional elements generally providing the main expression of ornament. In this home, the shoulder chimney, the curved gable end roof vents, the simple cornice moldings, and the group sash windows with protruding sills provide the ornament. Here is the rear of the home where the most notable alterations occurred. The photo in the lower left dates to the 1974 and shows the shed roof back porch. The porch was enclosed in 1953, and then in 2013 it was rebuilt as a flat-roofed laundry room, mimicking the original one-story wings. Also in 2013, the front entry ensemble was replicated for the new back entry. In conclusion, the single-family home at 1710 Hernando Street was built during the Great Depression when there was little new construction in South Florida. In 1935, Samuel Belcher purchased the property at the corner of Hernando and Madeira Avenue from Miami pioneer James Gertman and built the two-story masonry vernacular home. The property is in the Coral Grove subdivision, which was in unincorporated Dade County at the time of the home's construction. Annexed in 1948, Coral Groves is now part of Coral Gables. The home provides a glimpse into the early 20th century building trends of Dade County, which differed from the Mediterranean-inspired planned community of Coral Gables. Masonry vernacular homes are simple in design and largely unornamented while reflecting stylistic influences. This home exhibits influences from the dominant styles in 1935, Colonial Revival, and Modernistic. The property at 1710 Hernando Street retains its historic integrity and significantly contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables and is part of a collection of quality residences that serves as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city and the area. Staff recommends approval of the local historic designation of the property at 1710 Hernando Street based on its architectural significance.
And the property owner is here.
Okay.
We do not oppose the designation.
You?
I don't oppose. We do not oppose the designation. Carlos?
Yanis, Yanis.
We don't disagree with the designation. Okay.
Is that fair enough?
That's fine. Thanks.
Yes, we'll continue with the COA.
After if the board approve it, then yes. If the board deny it, then there will be no need to.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody in the audience would like to speak in favor or opposition of this case? No? Okay, I'll close the public portion. Any questions, comments?
Was this home on I think it was the Garden Club home tour recently, or am I mistaken? I think it was on a house tour. I think it was on a house tour recently.
The house was on a tour last year.
That's what I thought.
The previous owner had.
Yes, okay. Yes, that's it.
Okay. Questions, comments, motions?
I'll make a motion to approve the local historic designation of the property at 710 Hernando Street based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance as evidenced in the staff report.
Mr. Chair, apologies. I just want to correct for the record 1710 Hernando Street.
What did I say?
710. Just
1710
confirming
Hernando Street.
1710. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Second motion on 1710 Hernando Street.
So we have Mr. Garcia Pons and Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhalf?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Ms. Bakavig?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we're going to go now to case file COASP 2023-008, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1710 Hernando Street. A local historic landmark legally described as Lot 13 and 14, Block 4, Coral Grove section, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 15 at page 72 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests design approval for the demolition of the carport and addition and alterations to the residence and site work. Mr. Adams.
Okay, so this is the property that was just designated. They wish to demolish the carport, build an addition, and carry out alterations to the residence and site work. The proposal is for demolition of the carport, the rear terrace and rear west laundry room addition, construction of a 1- and 2-storey addition, and site work comprising a swimming pool, terrace trellis, new concrete paver walkway and driveway. In order to accommodate the new rear addition, the applicant wishes to demolish the existing rear terrace and rear 1-storey laundry addition. The laundry addition, per the designation report, was built in 2013 and replaced an enclosed porch. To accommodate a new 2-car garage, the applicant wishes to demolish the existing carport, which appears to be an original part of the house. The addition will be of concrete block and stucco. The 2-storey elements will have a flat roof. The 1-storey element will have a flat roof. The 2-storey element will have a gable roof, lower in height than the existing house roof. The new windows will be similar to those existing. The primary facade faces onto Hernando Street. The 2-car garage addition will step back from the front elevation of the house. The northern garage will be slightly lower in height than the southern. Both garages have either a parapet or a decorative band at roof level. We still need details of the garage doors and the windows and things which can be submitted to us. So relatively straightforward with regards to the site works and the rear addition. Staff has no issues with that. There is concern over demolition of the original carport for the new 2-car garage. It was reviewed by Board of Architects with a couple of comments, check with zoning for the side setback at 5 feet, and study the carport parapet on the actual garage. No variances have been requested. Staff are recommending approval. However, there are a number of conditions. Firstly, the stucco in the addition shall be differentiated from the historic stucco. Secondly, the new roof tiles shall match the existing roof tiles. 3, a schedule providing details and specifications of new windows and doors is submitted to staff for review. 4, windows shall have clear glass and high-profile mountings. 5, the new windows shall not have sills to differentiate the addition from the historic structure. 6, details are required of proposed pavers, rear terrace surfacing, swimming pool and garage doors should be submitted to staff for review. And 7, this is probably the point the applicant will wish to discuss, the existing carport shall be retained and other options shall be explored to meet the parking requirements.
Good evening, Board. Norman Blandon, architect, N25 Architecture. Thank you for your time. I know it's late. Like Mr. Adams said, we are in agreement with his points of recommendation, except for the one with the carport, which I will show you here. This is the existing survey. These are some of the existing photos you already saw. Lining the area of work. This is the demolition plan, but the proposed demolition plan, proposing demolition of that 2013 addition and reworking the steps here. And here's the carport in question. On the second floor, we're planning to do some interior alterations to add bedrooms up on that level. And this is the carport below and the addition below. This is the, excuse me, the floor plan, the proposed floor plan. Here we have a living space and a guest room addition going in the back. The pool area and the pool deck accessible from the previous access, and new doors here on the new addition. And this is the garage we are proposing to when demolishing the carport. This proposal came about, we went to the Board of Architects and they had some suggestions. We had an original proposal where we just extended the existing carport, and it looked awkward to them, and it was, you'll see in the proposal, flat roof, and it wasn't cohesive with the house as that with the Board of Architects comments, so they suggested adding a parapet, and that's what we have done in this proposal. This is the second story proposal. This is the front elevation here. We are proposing the new garage. Step back with so it won't be such a long facade. We step back part of the second garage door, so it'll be step back. It won't be a continuous facade. This is from the south side. This is the existing, demolishing the addition, and this is the proposed, with the two-story addition to keep the character of the same house, keep the same character of the house. Excuse me. This is the rear elevation before and after. The purple is the demolition. And this is basically the garage extension from the back. This is the side elevation, the north elevation, again, before and after. The purple is the proposed demolition. This would be the garage addition on where the carport is right now, providing a door and some windows for the new bedroom. This is the rendering of the proposed addition, removal of the existing carport. This is the existing carport, and this is the proposed addition, removal of the carport and two garages there, two-car garage. This is the rear of the house. This is the two-story bedroom addition, and then this is the garage and bedroom addition with the pool and pool deck. This is the existing facade. This is just a view from the other side of the house. Again, these are some of the neighborhood photos that we were required to do for the Board of Architects. And I have more neighborhood photos. And one that we had from staff report is that, as you see in this historical photo, this seems to be the original house and the original space on the right side of the left side of the house, but we do not see the carport in that photograph. We're not sure this is a 1954 aerial photo, and another reason we wanted to, we don't think that this carport is necessarily original. If you can see from inside the house, there's a window looking into the carport. So I don't know if that carport was an addition at some point. Another issue is that with zoning, the carport or garage has to have a minimum dimension. And in this case, as you can see, when the car is in there, you can barely open the doors, and it's less than the required 12 feet from zoning code. So that's another reason we want to make that garage a little wider and more accessible for the cars to be able to get in and out of the car. And again, you see that the window looking into the carport, which might be a design. That's why we think it was an addition to the house. See, this is a comparison of the historical photo and the photo. We took this photo with a drone, which shows the carport here and not in this photograph.
There's something there.
And as you see, this is a rendering of the original submission we submitted to the board, where we just planned to extend the carport with the same roof, but again, it posed some aesthetic problems for the board. So that's why we're proposing to demolish the carport and oops, I went back. And do this two-car garage addition in the front.
Could you go back to your drone picture, please?
Which one?
The drone picture.
Oh.
From the 50s. Right there.
I have the two side by side. Yeah.
It looks like there's something there.
Yeah,
There is something there.
it's
yeah.
there. The driveway's leading up to it, but I don't think that's his point.
It's not important.
Yeah.
Just a matter of curiosity.
Any questions? Comments?
Could you show us the front elevation again, or the proposed front elevation? And there are two separate roofs on those two garages?
No, it's the same roof, it's just one is set back from the other with a parapet.
Is it sloped slightly?
Behind the parapet, it will have a slope for drainage.
Parapet is level.
No, the parapet is level, yes.
Okay.
And the one garage door that's closest to the house is a little bit the one garage door that's closest to the house is a little bit smaller than the outside one?
No,
Or
that
is-
might be an optical illusion, it should be the same size.
You've made them both standard width, right?
Excuse me?
You've made them both
Yes,
standard
the same width,
width.
yeah.
Okay.
Required by zoning.
And then you raised it up a little bit, too, it looks like.
Yes, yes. Mhm.
May I ask, please? I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
No, you're not.
Okay. So you have side by side, but you have stepped
Yes.
second carport back just a little bit
Yes.
to differentiate. But structurally, when the proposed new carport, double carport is going to be built, is it open down the middle, or do you have two separate bays?
The intent is to have it open down the middle.
Okay. I mean, that works better for opening car doors.
Of course,
and
great,
stuff.
yeah, that's
Right,
yes,
so
correct, yes.
I just wanted to know, yeah. Okay.
Any questions? No? Okay, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to speak in favor or opposition of this case? Yes, sir.
Yeah, my wife is about to kill me. I just hit her car.
Name for the record, please.
Yeah,
Your name, please.
Carlos Llanes. I'm
Okay.
sorry. My wife is about to kill me because I hit her car in the current carport when parking the door, and my car I did yesterday. So it's really stretched and very unfunctional.
How much extra space do you get with the new one?
Extra 1 foot 8 inches,
Yeah, it's just like 2 feet.
which is the minimum by.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much again for your time.
Okay. Now, the department has some conditions. And you have issues with number 7?
Which is number 7?
The garage.
Yes, that's the one, yes.
Okay. All right.
So I'm happy to make a motion unless somebody else
Go
wants
ahead,
to.
make a motion.
Go for it.
A motion to approve with the 6 conditions of the staff, not including condition number 7, noted in the staff report, the design proposal for the demolition of the carport, and addition and alterations to the residence and site work on the property located at 1710 Hernando Street, and approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness with conditions as stated above.
Motion to second?
Okay, Mr. Garcia Pons and Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Durano,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Ms. Bakavig,
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Half,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, the next case file, COA SP 2023-005, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1104 Malaga Avenue, a local historic landmark legally described as lots 5 through 11 inclusive, Block 12, Coral Gables Country Club, Section Part 1. according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 8 at page 106 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The applicant is requesting design approval for a master site plan for future improvements. That's not it.
Mr. Chair, before staff starts, if I,
That's Santa Maria.
this is the first time I think I've seen a request for a master site plan,
Yes.
so if you could explain that to me, I'd appreciate it.
Yes. So as noted in your, let me just give you the brief intro real fast. This is location map. Don't know if many of you are aware of this property. It's spectacular. Across from the Biltmore Hotel, it spans between Malaga and Anastasia. It fronts onto Malaga. This is a 1920s photo of the house. It was designated in 1978, a very early designation designed by H. George Fink. Has not had any substantive additions made to it, very few alterations, and has had only 6 owners in its almost 100-year history.
Okay.
This
I need to say something. I have worked on this home, so I need to recuse myself.
Understood, that's fine. We can discuss outside here, but if you want to pass the gavel to
I
the
will
vice
pass
chair.
the gavel to Mr. Garcia Pons.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, we can discuss outside, but thank you, Mr. Garcia Pons.
Okay. This is a 1940s photo of the house, again, relatively unchanged. You can see the Biltmore in the background. So the reason why this is coming to you is the house is under new ownership as of last year. And there's some code enforcement issues that are working its way through based on work done by the previous owner. And so in order to try to get the improvements done to close the code enforcement case, they were going to start doing work in a piecemeal sort of fashion, like do the windows first, do this, and then just start addressing certain things at a time. I was fortunate enough to be taken on a tour of the property by the homeowner. And seeing the state that it's in now and what they want to do, I said, you need an ad valorem application for this property. It's screaming for one. So I convinced them in a way to sort of put the horse before the cart. No, let's break that, reverse it, cart before the horse. It's late. And sort of prepare a master plan for you all to give a COA approval for future work. They can turn in the application for the ad valorem based on this work. And then as they're ready to do the individual pieces, do either special or standard certificates of appropriateness that are either reviewed by staff at our level or by the board for the bigger items, so that all of it can be encapsulated into one ad valorem that is the most robust application that they can get. So that's why it's here before you. You don't necessarily, you're not approving per se the addition just yet. That will come back to you. You're not approving the 2-story future guest house, which may or may not happen in a future phase. It's potential things that to be considered, just to sort of get their application submitted now. Does that make sense?
I have a question. If they have many things to do, does everything that's ad valorem have to be done and included with just one request? Or can they do the lion's share and have some things that hang out and get a second bite when another phase of approved renovations or construction is done?
The way it's worded is that the application for ad valorem has to be submitted prior to the onset of construction. So like before you put a shovel in the ground, we have to have the application for the whole project. It doesn't make sense for them to put in one application for windows, pay the money, do the application, come back for their ad valorem for the addition, come back and do it. So this way, it gets them all, but all of the separate certificates are covered under that ad valorem application.
So I didn't speak clearly, so yeah, but they don't have to, you get everything approved for the overall plan. But does everything have to be completed for every phase of that, every item? Before they apply for the...
Before they apply for Part 2, which is done at substantial completion, anything that's included in the application has to be reflected in that Part 2. So if they decide they don't want to do something later on, they don't want to do the big addition, or they don't want to do the gazebo or something, we exclude that from the scope of work, and they move forward with the part 2 that reflects what exactly they did.
Okay, thank you.
So the architect is here. Like I said, it is a spectacular property. It will only benefit from the work that they're proposing, which is not a lot given the size of the property. And it's a really important house in the city's history. So I don't know if you want to walk them through the plans at this point, or if
Actually, before the architect comes up, have we as a city done a master plan approval like this previously? And I'm concerned about process.
Right. So similarly, there were 2 that was done before. One was for the Zen Master Estate,
Yes.
the Coral Rock
yeah.
Village,
Okay.
those. So they came in with a big scope of work for this, and then they phased out each cottage and then the house and all that individually.
One up on like Obispo?
On Milan.
Milan.
Yeah.
And then the board also approved a concept site plan for Job Ahead as well. And then those, like the landscape plans, came back to you all in part 1 of the landscape plan for this side, part 2 of the landscape plan for this side. This is where the proposed pool house is going to go, and then all those features came back to you later on.
And I know you said it, but can you say it one more time? What exactly are we approving today?
You are approving the master.
Or reviewing for approval today?
You're reviewing the package so that you're comfortable with the package, that you know that you're going to see this later on. So you are giving them approval in theory to move forward with what's here.
So if they come back for the pool house or all of the
you.
applications come back to us?
Yes, like windows, which they're probably going to do rather soon, those will come to us administratively to make sure they're fine. The pool depends on when they do it. Pools usually just come to us, but if it's something else, it will come to you. Addition will definitely come to you all. The perimeter wall will come to you all. That work, as we normally do, what you see in a special, you see what we see in a standard we see.
So the specifics in this application may be changed a bit here or there.
Yes.
Coming to the next application.
Correct.
Thank you.
This is like a site plan approval, essentially.
Basically, yes. I believe, and Nelson can speak to this, he's the architect of record, but I think that they want to move forward with the work on the house first, and then that small addition to the rear as like the first phase, and then progress from there.
So Kara, was this the house on Malaga that had, and I apologize, I haven't been able to drive, so I haven't visited any of the case studies that we're doing tonight. But was this a house that had the labels on the windows for years and years and years? Okay.
Mr. De Leon.
Good evening, board members. Nelson De Leon, Locust Architecture, Inc. So my client's traveling. They had planned on a trip overseas long ago. They really wanted to be here. The gist of what my client wants to do is restore the home as accurately as possible to its original design. So to that end, what you'll see as far as elevations of the house, the existing house, that's all in keeping with what we've been able to glean off of this photo in particular, which actually zooms in perfectly well to the point where I could see how many spindles and how many knuckles are on the spindles. All the way to the original drawings of Fink. Some elements I think were probably not built into the original home, but in all cases we used what we couldn't see in photos. We used the Fink plans as a guide to maybe what that intent was. So again, the photos being our primary inspiration for understanding how the house was. In this first picture here, you'll see elements from the 20s that disappeared in the 40s. The shutters disappeared. Some of the decorative cutouts on the walls disappeared. As the house progressed, some of the decorative wing walls were shaved off and the house became a bit more angular in nature. Some of those very decorative swirls and wall movements disappeared. So a lot of this is trying to bring that back. These are the original plans. The house actually is pretty close to the original plans. A few changes occurred over the years, but for the most part, the floor plan has stayed intact. We relied heavily on the original photos for the original intent on the window grids, the window sizing, the window spacing. It's the same thing with the doors. And I know it's been a long evening for you, so I'm going to try and move through this quickly. A few of the pictures of the existing home. A lot of what was there originally has been stripped off, and you'll see in my comparative elevations clearly what we're trying to bring back. The only addition that's planned on the main home is visible on the right image here. It'll be tucked into the between the garage and what's the current laundry and kitchen area. The other three facades of the home staying intact. So this is an overall view of the master plan. So with the main house, there's a shaded area in the back. This is where the two-story addition that we're proposing would be. And that adds a family room and a master suite to the back. The family room to take advantage of the rear. It's a very large property, and there's currently no real visual engagement or access to that back yard. So the idea is this first phase would provide the access to the potential future master plan of adding the pool or the guest house or the pool house. Zoom through the area diagrams. So the demolition plan we show here is pretty extensive and pretty accurate. Everything you read on here are elements that are being removed that were add-ons in order to bring the house and the plan back to its original state. The only places where we've deviated from that is that connection point to the new family room at the ground floor and the connection point to the new master suite at the second floor. The foyer, the living room, the dining room, the den, all of that, the kitchen, with the exception of the transition to the family room, all of that's being brought back to its original. The loggia area, interestingly enough on this house, the 45-degree cutout was the original entrance to the home. But once you entered the loggia, there's 4 sets of doors with no hierarchy. So in our reviewing this with the client, the idea is to bring the entrance to the actual main foyer, which is a beautiful space. And you'll see in the elevations what we're proposing to do. The bedroom arrangement is, in essence, on the main house thing. Again, what we did is we took what used to be the sleeping porch in the back that had been converted to a bedroom and used that piece as the transition element to get to the new master suite. The existing roof, the new roof. One thing we're adding is, you see the big X in the middle. That is a double height stair with a beautiful kind of overlook. So we're going to put a oversized skylight to illuminate the center of the house, which is rather dark at the moment.
Excuse me, is there a pointer on that thing? Isn't there a pointer on the? Yeah, right.
Oh,
There you go, you got it.
It would be helpful to.
Okay, yeah. So here we have comparative elevation at the top of what's existing and what we're proposing. So where you see these shaded areas, when we studied the photos, we realized that there were cutouts, there were, particularly in the front, this one here, and there's 3 of them, were cutouts with spindles with decorative tiles around the border, and we're going to bring that back. And the client's actually very excited about bringing all of this back. Reintroducing the 45-degree cutout to the loggia, the decorative side openings, and then the center of the foyer, which always had an arch, had been converted to a square. Now we're bringing that arch back. And on the side of these openings, we're reintroducing those original, as best we could glean from the photos, these decorative walls that added a lot of
So you're going
movement.
back, I'm sorry, you're going back to the 20s, not the 40s, right?
We're going back to the
All the way-
20s. Yeah. But in the 40s, some things started to disappear. So these shutters here and these shutters here, if you look at the photos from the 40s, they had started to disappear. This element here, which is a window now, in the 20s was a decorative cutout
cool.
that probably had screen behind. So we're going to bring that back and keep the window behind that.
They had grills, they had usually a window back there, and people hated them because you couldn't clean the outside.
It's not an easy detail to figure out. So the original Fink drawings had, at the back of the garage, a second stair. What we'd like to do is reintroduce that stair to the back, but eliminate the stair that's on the side. Part of the reason is it was almost inverted with the run rise. So the run's about 8 inches and the rise is about 12 inches. So it's a steep, dangerous, and awkward stair arrangement. This is the piece where we would like to propose to add. So this is the master suite, a step back element to the master bath. And then the reason for the asymmetry on the large side of the family windows and then the smaller is this is the spot that we intend to in the future create a covered connector with double doors that would then lead to the guest house and the other portions of the property.
You get rid of a fountain there, right? You're getting rid of a fountain there, which is
The fountain,
original, or-
yes, yeah, but not the spigot. We're gonna reuse that in another part of the house. So this is the back of the garage or the side of the garage, and then this is the part that we're introducing, which projects forward. And a one-story element that projects forward of the family is a screened enclosure. This is all part of the original architecture.
Nelson,
This-
may I ask a question?
Sure.
The plans pretty clearly show that on that 45-degree front door, that there was a hood mold over it and a decorative molding on it. It shows in the photographs as well. You're not restoring that?
You know, we're going back and forth with that. The
you
tile
can-
work that's there now,
You can, no, this is above the door.
yeah, it
And-
appears, oops, sorry. I keep
And you
hitting
see it
the
on
wrong
the
button.
plans,
It appears,
right there.
that's the 45 cutout, right?
Yeah, it goes right above the door and comes up like that.
Yes.
There's rope columns right there on the side.
Yes,
Yeah, and you can see it in the photographs.
yeah. That will be added back in.
Okay. And then there was another one over the bay, over the oriel window. And I can't see it, I haven't seen a photograph of it at construction or right close to that where that's visible. But there would be one over the bay in the middle as well, which is also shown.
You're referring to this
on-
one?
Yes, which is
So-
also shown in the plans. However,
I'm not sure it got built because it was shown as a planter in the plans. And when I studied that bay window, it did not have, at least I couldn't tell that there was ever width enough to have had the planter and the octagon shape. And it's very hard I don't think there's any photos that clearly show that part of the house, but the Fink drawings do show an element above.
yeah, it
Yes.
goes across
Yeah.
the roof like that.
When you're at the site, it doesn't appear that the width is there for that element ever to have been put in. But it's possible it could have been.
If you could clean it, and kind of get down and look at the stucco and stuff, you could probably tell if that was the case.
Yeah. I think once some of the work on the exterior occurs, maybe some of those telltale signs will become visible. Well, that is the last image. So just as a recap, first part of this is to stop the house from continuing to degrade, restore it as accurately as possible, and add the two-story addition to the back.
Thank you. Any questions for staff or the applicant?
Alicia, that back raised terrace where that fountain is was added at a later date. I don't recall the date off the top of my head, but it
Yeah, I
was
figured.
later addition.
Before we proceed, I'd like to, is anybody in the audience wish to speak in favor or in opposition to this case? Seeing none, hearing none, we're closing the public hearing. I do have one question for staff. Kara, just because this master plan stuff is, again, new to me, the two-story main house addition that we just spoke of, would that be a separate application to us? Okay, so, thank you. Any, one question for the board is, again, since this is new, the master plan, does everyone understand and comfortable with the idea of approving a master plan as far as see? Okay, perfect, all right.
I actually like the process, because it's like, see the future, but we don't know what it's with.
And the
it's not
amount
figured out yet,
of, the amount of restoration work that they're doing
this makes
is what the ad valorem is for. So it didn't make sense to not let them take advantage of it, so.
I think we should go on a tour.
Let's
I'd
get a-
love to see it.
Let's get a motion first.
It's your turn, John.
Wait a minute, I got to get my script.
I can make a motion. I'll make the motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve the design proposal for a master plan for future improvements on the property located at 1104 Malaga Avenue, and include the staff report. And I've studied this house really well because my husband, in his Biltmore series of drawings, did a beautiful drawing of this house with a Biltmore behind. And so we also went through all of those historic photographs and the plans and everything else. It's a great house.
It's a great house.
Okay, can you share that?
Sure.
Can you share that?
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Spain, second by Mr. Fullerton. Call the roll.
Ms. McAvee?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhaft?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, board members.
Mr. Chairperson, would you like to take over the meeting?
I want to see it. I've never seen it.
Oh, you can't?
Okay, we got two more to go.
We've got one more to go.
One more to go.
One more.
One more. Okay, next case file is COA SP 2023-007, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1209 Algardi Avenue, a non-contributing resource within the Santa Maria Street Historic District, legally described as lots 21 and 22, less the west 51 feet of lot 22, block 95, Coral Gables Country Club, Section Part 5, according to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 23 at page 55 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The application requests design approval for a second-story addition and alterations to the residence and site work.
Location map of the property, it abuts the Santa Maria Street Historic District, although the property does face Algardi Avenue. The east property line hugs the curve of Santa Maria. This is your PowerPoint. So this was a house that was built in 1954. It is non-contributing. There have already been substantial alterations made to the property. It was extended a few times to the east, so it was deemed to be non-contributing. They are going to be adding about 1,200 square foot second floor addition, interior exterior alterations to the property, and a continuation of the existing perimeter picket fence and columns. So Board of Architects did review on January of this year, and they only had one notation on the rear facade, which was to bring the windows up. As you see in your staff report, this has already been incorporated. They've done it. We don't have any issue with the application. It's a non-contributing residence. Santa Maria is just a very vocal district, and it is a second-story addition, so we wanted to bring it to you for that reason. I will note that we as staff and you all as the board have been very consistent in requiring that all new fences on the street be limited to 4 feet in height. This is an existing fence, 6 feet, that's already in place that abuts the street. So we felt it was appropriate to let it continue. So
Okay.
the architect is here.
Yes. I do. Yes. Good evening. My name is Eduardo Llano, and I'm the architect of record. And with me, I have the owner and the contractor for the job of 1209 Algardi. And basically, I guess I'll go through the presentation. In this case, we actually already went to the board, and we're already in permitting. So we're basically have been through the review process, and now we're just trying to get the permit. I guess I missed a step. But it's a one-story addition, and the client basically, like, it's a larger property and wanted to get more bang out of his buck for the property and doesn't want to move. So basically, a lot of clients are in this situation, and so we came up with the idea, well, let's do a two-story addition, so we keep the same footprint, we don't take any yard space away, we keep your existing septic tank, everything else is going on the property. And we definitely, we're not maxed out in terms of overall size, but it's okay. We wanted to keep a one-story portion and then just do the second story in the middle. I've done this before somewhere in Malaga, and it works well. One of the houses it's on Santa Maria, that faces the golf court, kind of has the same partie where they have a one-story portion with the middle portion being two-story, and that would be 4017 Santa Maria. And, and when I met with the client back then, it was a reference, and we sort of followed that idea. So this is just the overall site plan. So if you see the pointer, I have to. Okay. So basically here in the middle portion here, which is sort of like an L shape, that's the two-story portion.
Yeah.
So the rest stays one story. So it's set back, especially from the Santa Maria side, and it is stepped back also from the side neighbor here. So we don't build up over there. So here. So the second floor, I guess, is first. So the second floor is basically be a master suite with sort of a living space and then a two-story foyer. And then it does have a new entrance piece to the front. And I think that's one thing that everybody always wants to fight with the ranch house, right? Where's the entrance to my house? So we've incorporated that also. So here's your elevation for the permit. So there you see the house with the new two-story addition, the new entry piece here, and this is the two-story piece. On the bottom drawing is you see that we are extending an existing gate, and we're just going to bring it across the front of the whole property. This will give you a comparison of what the house looks like now, where you have the whole ranch element, which is a very low house, and then here's the piece where it gives you the contrast. So the comparison between the existing and the new. On this elevation, these are both the new elevations on the sides, but I'll give you the idea. Here is one story looking east towards Santa Maria with a two-story addition above. Here's the other side towards the side neighbor, which is the garage side, and then here's the rear facade. So basically, again, mainly vision of the pool. The pool is basically off this side of the house, so really, that's really your outdoor living area. And there again is the comparison of the existing versus the two-story portion. So basically, I think that's it. I think we're very happy with it. I think the board was happy with it. I think staff is happy with it. So I don't know if you have any more questions, but we're very eager to get this going.
Any questions?
I have a comment.
Okay.
I just wanted to compliment you on the drawings.
Thank you.
They're beautiful and very readable, and the elevations, particularly adding the shadows, helps to really define what's forward and back and how they work. And so, for me, it was a real pleasure to see your elevations.
Okay, thank you.
I agree. Beautiful, beautiful floor plans. Really nice. It'll fit really nicely in the street.
Yeah. I look forward to coming back, but I got to get past the board first on another job.
Motions?
I'd like to move, wait a minute. right wording.
You have to read it right word for word, John?
Yeah, where is it, where is it? Oh, here it is. Motion to approve the design proposal for a second-story addition and alterations to the residence and site work on the property located at 1209 Algardi, right?
Yes.
Legally described as, no, I don't need to go, according to plat thereof, as recorded in plat book 23, page 55, and public records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, and in the drawing attached here too.
I'll second.
Okay, we have Mr. Fullerton and Mr. Durana.
We will. That's fine. His motion's fine.
Mr. Fullerton,
Yes.
Ms. Bakivig,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell,
Yes.
Mr. Spain, Miss Spain,
Yes.
sorry. I don't care. Mr. Ehrenhaft,
Yes.
Mr. Menendez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Congratulations. You got it.
Good job.
Mr. Adams,
Yeah.
old business, new business?
You'll be pleased to hear there are some things, I know it's late, so you may not want to discuss them fully, and yes, there are handouts. The first thing is, over the past 4 weeks, there were 2 appeals against the board's decision. One was for the demolition at 1250 Obispo, and one was for the board's denial of the designation for the Garden of our Lord. Both went to commission, and we successfully defended both of them. So the appeals were denied in
Very
both
good.
cases.
Congratulations, thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, so the next thing is, at the last meeting, Caesar had asked about wording that we had suggested in the past. I'll give you
Regarding the two-piece barrel tile roof.
What?
Regarding the two-piece barrel tile roof.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I don't, my hearing is.
Thank you.
I wear hearing aids.
So again, I don't know if you want to discuss it tonight or take it away and read it, and we can bring it back at the next meeting for any other suggestions.
So the quote would be, staff can only approve the original roof covering or window design on the house. Anything further required board review and approval. S-tiles are not supported in replacement of barrel tiles.
Yes, however, I don't think that would prevent someone from submitting an application for those tiles.
What if it's put on the application?
I don't think we can bar someone from asking.
We certainly cannot bar someone from bringing an item. I think that the language that suggests that the board traditionally has supported, I'm sorry, let me review this.
But before we go off, the intention, my intention and the intention of the board at that time was not to preclude it or a checkbox. Box was just to put it on the application so that it was seen by the person on the application and not referred to some other document. So as far as I remember the conversation, this adequately meets the very beginning of our needs. It does not preclude in any way.
Mr. Garcia Pons, if it's all right with you, and obviously with the whole board, I can work with Mr. Adams on the application package that we have now to see about inserting this language in there somewhere and return with a final document at the next meeting, perhaps for your final review.
I would be very happy. I don't know if anybody else on the board would be either, Mr.
No,
Chair.
I think that
I
would be
agree.
great. Is there anything on the application about windows going back to the original configuration? Because We also require
also
that,
did,
and they should know it in advance before
Yeah.
they hire those window companies that, put
Yeah.
in sliders.
And I think that another suggestion was there should be something on the application form that an applicant signs that is affirming the fact that what was approved by the board is what must be installed, and put the onus on the applicant. So if someone gets approval for the correct windows, but the wrong windows are installed, then they accept full liability for it. But again, I
Yeah.
can discuss that.
And if it's acceptable to the board, Mr. Adams and I will work on both of those items and bring them back at a later date for
So,
your
Madam City
confirmation.
Attorney, the later date concerns us, so.
The next meeting, the
next
next
meeting.
meeting.
Okay,
Next
thank you
meeting.
very much.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the next thing is that I don't know how many of you will have heard of it, and Stephanie can explain more about it than me. I've not had a lot of time to digest it, and you'll probably want it as well, and Donna actually brought it to our attention. It's regarding the 2023 state legislative session, a bill that could seriously impact coastal historic preservation if passed. This is not the one that was discussed a while ago. This has greater implications. I'm going to give you all a copy of it with the email from Daniel Seralda of Miami Design Preservation League about lobbying the state. So I'm going to give you a copy. I don't know what the sort of timescale is here, but you can
Sure.
explain more about it than me.
I'm happy to give you all a brief summary. This is House Bill 1317, which was proposed this year on the, in the state legislature in the House, and there is a companion bill. It's my understanding that's on a subcommittee agenda for later this week. I believe it's going to the Regulatory Reform and Economic Development Subcommittee this week. This is a bill, if you recall last session, there was a bill regarding coastal historic homes, and while there was protection built in for those homes already designated as of the date of that bill, this new bill is a little bit different in that it provides that no local ordinances can restrict demolition of homes if they're in coastal hazard zones, which are defined in FEMA flood maps. They're zones V, V1 through 30, and VE. Obviously, many of our historic homes are not in those zones, but elements of the city, parts of the city are in those zones, whether or not they contain historic homes. There is no exception made for homes that were designated prior to the bill, and there is a requirement that local governments cannot require reconstruction, rebuilding of the similar homes. So we cannot impede the new construction once the home is demolished. The city has been working with its lobbyists. We are following this bill and tracking it carefully, and we'll make sure to keep Mr. Adams abreast of any changes that may happen and however it goes in the committee.
Was this something triggered by the hurricane in like Sarasota? Or
There's always a
Sanibel
reason that something comes up. I assume it has to do with that. I also think it's related to the bill that was proposed last year, and that though that had some exceptions, this one goes a bit further. So,
And obviously, one of the concerns is this one goes a bit further. Is there going to be another one that goes a bit further in the future? Who knows?
So the city is working, it's one of our bills of interest. We are following it and tracking it very closely and working with our lobbying team in Tallahassee. So like I said, we'll keep you updated on anything, but if you want to follow it individually, it's that House Bill 1317.
Who's behind the bill?
My computer just died. I could tell you the sponsor in just a moment.
I put it in my email to Warren, I can't remember offhand.
So as we do that, Mr. Adams, Madam City Attorney, you said tracking and following. Does the city have a position that they don't like the bill, that they're working to amend it in some way?
So this bill would be covered by the legislative priorities that were adopted by the city commission. I think it falls under sort of the preemption language that the city always tries to battle every year up in Tallahassee. Obviously, anytime the city's hands are tied by a bill like this, we get concerned. So it's covered by our legislative priorities. We don't have a particular proposed amendment at this point. We haven't gotten there yet. But we are certainly tracking and following and working with our lobbyists to see what, if any, wiggle room there is in this bill. But it's...
So tracking and following, again, the city, because of its preemption, is not for this bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the sponsors were Senator Brian Avila from Miami Gardens and Spencer Roach from North Fort Myers, both
Yes.
Republicans.
There you go, Fort Myers.
And Mr. Garcia Pons, I don't want to state the city's exact position on a bill to the extent that there's amendments made. We're raised, anytime a bill like this has preemptive language like this, the city gets concerned and wants to look very closely at its effect. Obviously, there are coastal communities that would be even more affected by the city of Coral Gables than the city of Coral Gables with this bill, that their historic homes may be located on the water more than in the city. But again, we are closely following it and tracking it and seeing what, if any, amendments are made.
Sorry, so again, closely tracking does this board wish to send a message, a positive message, not a message in a negative way, some sort of communication to the city commission as to the potential negative effects of this bill? Just state a preference or something
We could
as opposed
strongly
to.
encourage them to,
You could certainly pass a motion opposing the bill as it's currently proposed, and that would certainly go to the city commission. Like I said, I believe the city's current legislative priorities would demonstrate the city's position towards this bill, but if you want to make a specific resolution, you are more than welcome to, and bring that to the city commission's attention as well.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would, I need just a second. So I'd like to make a motion from this board to the city commission to oppose the bill as currently written and strongly encourage the city to protect its existing historic fabric.
Do I have a second?
A second. Yeah, I'll second.
Mr. Maxwell seconds.
Ms. Spain?
yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Ms. Vakavig?
Yes.
Mr. Orlando?
Not here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrenhaft?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
And can you do that as a separate item to the commission and not wait for the minutes and have it go to them along with a copy of this?
It can certainly go as an item requesting commission action. We can do it without the minutes if given the timely nature of this bill.
Right.
We can try and get it on the March 28th agenda would be the next agenda, and there's no meetings in April, no commission meetings.
Okay.
So if we meet our publication deadlines, we will do that. We will check the next deadlines. But certainly, and just want to clarify that your motion, the action requested from the city commission was to do everything in their power to preserve the historic fabric, and oppose the bill. I just want to be clear for the
Specifically
record.
to oppose that.
Oppose was first,
Okay.
protect was second.
Understood.
I have a quick question. Are there any other cities that we know that are also opposing this? Because it would be like maybe helpful to go with other cities.
You would think Miami Beach would be.
Yeah, I received
Definitely.
I know there have been some emails about cities having certain representatives. I believe Palm Beach was one of them at the committee hearings. I will work closely. I've been in touch with our lobbyists all the time and see what, if any, other municipalities are doing at that subcommittee level or others. I don't believe the Florida League of Cities has taken a position on this bill yet, but I will check into that. It was filed March 1st, so it hasn't been that long. It's been a relatively new bill.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Adams, anything else?
That's it.
That's enough.
Yeah.
I have something.
Oh,
think so.
Mr. Maxwell has something.
Oh, no.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Maxwell.
need just a couple of minutes. I wanted to continue the discussion, if I could, from last time where we talked about formatting historic preservation plans that the city was bringing forward. And the concept there was to assist the city and other future applicants in developing a set formula, or should I say format, that would address the actual preservation of the property over time. Because what we have seen so far, while it's a good step forward, does not address the preservation of the property more than just a couple of years out. There's no discussion of windstorm, there's no discussion of natural catastrophes, there's no discussion of fire or flooding and how these things would be addressed, nor what the future owners would commit to in terms of preservation. And so my suggestion would be that we either have a subcommittee that would work with staff, and I know staff is terribly busy and doesn't have a lot of time for this, to come up with an outline that and guidelines that we could use for this, because I believe that TDRs will become a more significant portion, not only for our municipality, but for the private owners of property around. And it would be good to have something that we could give them that would say, here's what we need, this is what it is. And I think that would be a big help. So I'd like to keep the discussion moving, and my recommendation is for a subcommittee, but that's, the discussion's open.
We're certainly able to form a subcommittee. It would also be subject to sunshine law. It would normally be an ad hoc subcommittee for a period of time. Again, like I said, it would be subject to sunshine law requirements, which I know are burdensome, but are what we have to deal with. So that's certainly at the discretion of the board if they would like to create a subcommittee for that, or if you would like to direct staff to come back at some point with guidelines for your review, just at your discretion.
Warren, what would you suggest? I mean, you guys have like not enough people.
Yeah, we are slammed.
Don't really want to burden you with having to do something.
Yeah. We are very, very busy at the moment. I mean, a subcommittee probably would help to at least point us in the right track, and then obviously staff would have input into it. That would probably be preferable.
Okay. So you wouldn't have any objection that would you feel that would assist you?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we form a subcommittee to assist the preservation staff with creating a format for historic preservation plans for transferable development rights. And that we begin to do so as soon as you guys vote on it and in the positive, if passed.
Do I have a second?
Guess I don't.
If Mr. Maxwell will head that subcommittee, maybe we get a second.
I'll be happy to do so.
There you go.
Mr. Maxwell, do you have a number of members in mind for that subcommittee?
I'd like people to volunteer, actually. I think rather than to do that, otherwise it may end up being a subcommittee of one, but even that, or two, that would be fine. I need a motion. I mean, I got a motion, guys. I need a second.
Well, Mr. Fullerton just gave you a second.
I did, I think.
We have a second from Mr. Fullerton.
Yes.
Ms. McAvee?
Yeah, sure.
I love your enthusiasm.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Aaron Half?
Yes.
Mr. Fullerton?
Yes.
Mr. Menendez?
Yes.
To the extent that we require any additional details, I will let you all know via email. And once we sort out the membership, that subcommittee can get going and have its publicly noticed meetings. So I don't know if that's something you want to decide now, or we'd have to do it in the sunshine at the next meeting, the number of members.
I suggest we do that at the next meeting, Michael.
I'll be happy to head it, but I'd like Mr. Menendez, I'd like Mr. Garcia Pons, if he's so available.
I will be available.
Interested?
I'll help to the extent that
Mr.
I
Aaron
can.
Hamm? Anyone else would like to go on? I think we have a core. Did those names get recorded? Okay, thank you.
No, Mr. Garcia Pons did not accede.
He didn't say yes. I mean, it must have been the glint. Men and Mr. Ehrenhaft.
And more to come.
Won't be too long, just an outline.
Later.
I'll be in touch about any requirements for the noticing of those meetings, et cetera.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Adams? All right, we're adjourned. Motion to adjourn.
To adjourn.
Yes.
Second.
Mr. Fullerton, second.
Aye.
Aye.
He accepted a motion to adjourn, but not to join the subcommittee.